I'm not saying yup yet.
Hello.
Oh, I am now. I am now. Let's hear audio.
Yes, audio.
And I am hearing myself fine.
Yeah, audio's all good.
Good. That is step one done. That is half the dial. Okay, so I guess
The other half is violence.
mostly, yeah. That's I guess what Fleabite's hoping to avoid, maybe. Right? Yeah.
I feel like that's sort of like, I can take it. Falls back unconscious.
I can do the Yep. So, yeah, welcome to the Invasion, session 77. I am Ryan, the GM. It is the 19th of January 2022, and here are the players.
Good evening, my name is Alexander, and tonight I'll be playing Fleabite the Skaven, who's still pretty terrible at everything.
Hi everybody, I'm Chris, and tonight I'm going to be Keldrath the Dragonborn Monk.
And also, hello everybody. I am Colin. I'm going to be playing Vanger, the Dwarven Cleric Eater.
Yeah. So here we are, again, back in the action seat. What did you remember from last time?
You found a dragon.
That is right.
Oh, I'm really showing my age. I went into Peter Pete's Dragon there.
Yeah, High Pete's Dragon is one of my favourite movies. I like to love it. The original, I've never seen the remake they did. That just sounds terrible.
What?
Yeah, they remade Pete's Dragon.
Yeah.
What is the Pete's Dragon?
Oh wow, that was the question.
Wow.
The night's just gone. Let's.
Yes, yeah.
It's Mary Poppins as a dragon.
Oh, that sounds like something I would have hated.
Probably.
I haven't seen it.
Also, good evening, Siren. Hello.
Hey, sorry.
She says, good evening, Dragon Dads. So, yep, all good. Yeah, so Fleabite did indeed discover and or, I guess, help come into being a dragon. Yeah.
I think that was one of the best decisions that Fleabite's made.
It's a low bar, though, right?
Well, he's the Skaven, so
Yeah, it's good.
that was.
Yeah, I'm small, I can squeeze under those.
Oh, here's an interesting question, actually, Ryan. This is honest to God not a derailment.
Okay,
but
sure.
You've heard about the leaks for the new book. It looks like all of the previously 25 movements are going up to 30.
Interesting.
Dang it.
Is this their...
Will Fleabite magically get faster? Or
Sorry?
goblins 30
So
already?
goblins are already 30.
Wow, goblins truly are special.
Yeah. Goblin, honestly, they were really kind to goblin stat-wise. Like, they liked making the goblins, it seemed. Their stat block's pretty great, isn't it? Like, Fury of the Small alone is amazing.
But will Vanger then get faster?
I don't know, like, I wonder if this is their attempt at doing their 5.5, like, soft, like, steps into it, you know?
Maybe. It's a weird one. There are all sorts of bizarre changes that aren't relevant, but one thing that would definitely affect Vanger is the fact that going forward, dwarfs will have 30 movement.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Wait a minute. 30 minus 25 is 5. 5e, 5.5. It's all related.
You're right.
Yeah,
It is mad.
5.5 minus 0.5 is 5. 5 divided by half, in other words, 0.5, is 2.5. 2.5 times 10 is... There's a pattern.
Yes, if you subscribe to this channel, we will send you your tinfoil hat. Hashtag no, we won't. Yeah. Who are our top men, Colin? Who are these top men?
I don't know. Not me when it comes to mathematics, certainly.
Anything else happened last time worthy of note that wasn't, up and coming content?
Yeah, we went to the kitchen.
Yeah.
We
had enough. Sorry.
Yeah, on you
No,
go.
carry on.
I was going to say that Baru can trumpet their trunks. That was an important note I took down.
Yep, true. Fact check, 0 Pinocchio. It wasn't unexpected, though, to be fair.
I'm glad.
I have a sidebar again. I'm sorry, it'll be quick.
Go for it.
Back in my clubbing days, Fury Murray's in Air used to have its sort of "Go the Fuck Home" song, and it was Nelly the Elephant.
Amazing. That's pretty good. That was a segue, right? That was alright.
It wasn't completely irrelevant, right?
It was about elephants.
Exactly. It wasn't irrelevant.
Yep. Yeah. That's where we're at tonight, folks. Yep. What were you going to say, Keldrath? You were talking about, I think it was your kitchen.
I was going to say we had another lovely meal with Tenth, who asked us to join him in his, whatever he wants.
Yeah. Join him. Yeah.
Ill-defined plan.
Yeah. Oh, Tenth's been very civil with you guys. They made offers to each of you for you to act as ambassadors to your kind. So with Keldrath acting as an ambassador to the Dragonborn, and with Vanger as an ambassador to the dwarves for a, Tenth to.
And he indicated he could sort of make sure that we will be heard if we do speak on their behalf.
Yeah.
Which you sort of indicated that might just be because, well, obviously you'd sort of be arriving in a big spaceship in a storm.
Yeah.
But given we're dealing with psionics here...
Yeah, there's a bit of an edge to it, right? Like there's that, like, does it just mean because you'd arrive in style, or does it mean because you'll make sure people listen?
Yeah.
I think most of the things he has said have had a bit of that, like, potential subtext to it, which is always interesting to navigate. Yeah. Beyond that, there was some scenes with Batuv, right? Batuv and Vanger seemed to get on pretty well. Right?
Yeah, he seems nice.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Definitely eager to, talk about all the stuff that excites him, such as all the lore and, various other things. Obviously, there's been some hints at some Genasi information, like, floating around. The fact that a lot of the kind of structuring here seems to have originated by the Genasi. Is stuff you've learned through the last couple of sessions, to be honest, as well.
And they weren't... Initially, at least, he wasn't super eager to discuss that. He does seem to be loosening up a little.
Yeah, I think it is just that, I've just met this person and just, like what Zig would have done with Sun Facts, maybe realizing that's too much for a hello, oversharing. So yeah, but you're definitely like putting a bit more ease. He doesn't feel like you're here to steal secrets necessarily. Yeah. And they had mentioned that they had some bad dealings in the past, with individuals regarding their knowledge. So yeah, it's good. It's good. Goals. Let's have a look at those next, shall we? Right. What are the goals, folks? What we
I'll
got?
go. Free
Yeah.
brew from the elephant. Oh, right, you were going to go. You take the next one.
Who's you?
You.
Okay.
You spoke.
Ascertain the relationship between the illicit and the Brew leadership.
Yes. Alexander?
Stop the death,
Oh.
Cynthia predicted. Or were you speaking there, Alex? Alex, you know what? Have the next
Lord.
two. Ryan, would you like to take the next?
Sure, you are going to attempt to secure a safe exit from the mountain. And your personal goals?
Fleabite is attempt to care for the dragon.
Mine is to learn reasons for the fall of Genasi.
And my own is to arrange a meeting with the Brew resistance,
Yeah.
if there is such a thing.
If such a thing there be.
So, with that in mind, I think the session opens with... Well, it's Fleabite. We're getting consciousness, isn't it? Like... Yeah.
Has a day passed?
You're unsure. It's a good question. You're unsure how much time has passed, but you know that you're being, like, almost like... Nuzzled is a very generous term. Awake. Head-butted awake is maybe more accurate.
And by what exactly?
By the end of the last session.
Dun, dun, dun.
Yes.
It's just a floating TI 76.
That's it. Yep, just floating TI 76. Like how
I don't know why, but when you said TI, I heard like the Invitational, like the Dota tournament.
Okay.
And yeah, and it's like, no, that's this game he's referring to.
Yeah. Dun dun dun. It takes up a medium square, right? Like our space. So it's a medium-sized creature, and it's nuzzling you awake. And as mechanically, we can ascertain how much like Fleabite understands about this, but mechanically speaking, it's going to be a wormling. That's what its technical term would be.
How many legs does it have?
Yeah, it's got 4. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It got 4. And that's the thing. Nuzzling you awake. What does Fleabite do?
Let's check how much Fleabite can do.
Yeah, what can Fleabite do?
I was wondering if Fleabite was reduced to 0 speed, but he's not actually.
No. The new content books weren't that harsh. Specifically calling out Fleabite.
Fleabite probably is pretty taken aback, because I guess if it's taking up a medium, then it is larger than Fleabite.
Yeah, it is. I think this thing's maybe like a small horse, maybe. So
right.
yeah, it is, like, to give you a bit of a scale for like where it's at. So like a really, really big dog or a slightly smaller horse. Somewhere in that.
Then probably like a momentary head tilt.
Yeah, and it probably mimics you as well.
Quick look at the surroundings. Like, is the egg in pieces, or is it like gone?
It seems to kind of like be gone. It looks like you're staring at it, and like maybe the tiny like fragments of it that are on the ground, or like maybe almost like kind of like evaporating would be the term, right? As if they're no longer like cohesive.
So egg loot is not going to be.
Yeah. Also, all those like big orangey pulsating crystals around are all like like cracked and dried out stone now.
Then probably I've been imagining, that Fleabite is just passed out on the ground, so try and get to his feet. I guess I was thinking I could try and link with it, but I actually have no psychic juice left to do so. So.
Yep. Mine just seems to be kind of like staring at you kind of curiously.
And I think look around, check. There's nothing coming from the entrance, so to speak. I know that it's quite far away, but
yeah, it's
as
like
far as Fleabite can tell.
Yeah, I don't even know if Fleabite's like vision actually extends that far, right? Like his dark vision. Like I think you might be just too far to actually get a good look. Because remember, there's no light in here anymore, really. All the kind of like, well, whatever was like in those stones seems to be gone now. Even like the bioluminescence underneath. Remember the water had all the kind of luminescence coming up through it? None of that's there now. Yeah.
But then I guess go to the old-fashioned speaking and say to you friend, you roar squawk.
Kind of like tilts its head at you, looks you up and down, and then it just like opens its mouth as if to yawn, and it just makes some kind of like a throat croaking type noise. Then snaps its mouth shut and stares at you a bit confused.
Probably Fleabot put out his claw and move like very slowly towards it.
I like how, as Alexander describes what Fleabite does, he starts to sound like Fleabite. His paw claw. It's good.
I mean, the fact that you can't see me raising my hand and like slowly getting closer to the screen as well.
So, are you essentially like going to like pet it or let it sniff your hand, or like what's the kind of intentions? Yeah.
So slowly to pet its like face, I guess.
Yeah, and it kind of like, almost like stepping in place as if unsure what you're up to, and then looks at your arm like the whole time and looks back at you, and obviously, you can make contact with it, and like it kind of like turns its head to kind of look at your your hand, so it's almost got like a snout in your hand. Obviously, or your hand's very carefully touching its snout since its face is probably a lot bigger than your hand.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
When it like made the noise, were its teeth visible?
Yes.
Were they of any particular note?
You could say so. Would you like to roll a perception test?
Rolling dice?
Yeah, why not? May as well start with something. This is a pretty low bar, by the way.
Disadvantage on ability checks.
Yeah, so this would be an ability check, right?
That low bar is getting.
Yep. So maybe just because things are technically black and white at the moment for you, right? There's no kind of colour to it. Maybe you're thinking, are its teeth what I'm suspecting its teeth to be, or are they just sharp? So yeah, you can tell it's got teeth, they're sharp. You can't tell if they're multicoloured jewels or not in the dark.
Well, I think, I think that sums up Fleabite's internal monologue. Well, that was a suspicion.
I thought that's where you're going with it, yeah.
I think looking around, trying to sort of figure out where to go. Just takes probably a quick drink of water from a water skin.
And the place is full of water as well, by the way.
Yeah, I've got some of that in a test tube.
Yeah.
But from some less ancient cave water. And then offer it to your friend.
Yeah, do you want a drink of water, yeah? So yeah, do you want to roll animal handling for me?
Ooh, that's one that rarely goes well.
Remember when you did that with the horses ages ago? Yeah.
Well,
so
that went poorly.
It's the scope though, right?
Yeah.
A 2 or a 20. God, that's good.
Prepare your arguments about how dragons aren't animals.
So, hi, I've made people rely on my handling for crowds of people that were upset. So
Yeah, humans are animals. That's fine.
But are they creatures? Yeah.
According to D&D, currently, yes. So yeah, you do this. It goes to drink from the water that you're pouring down. And then immediately, you can start to see steam coming out of the sides of its mouth, hissing, and it just starts like coughing up, and it backs off a couple of steps, and its wings flare up.
Looks at it, checks that it is water, and is still. That wasn't a poison, was it?
In the dark, trying to read labels, Fleabite really up close. Oh dear.
I feel like, that's a lesson learned.
Yeah.
Probably just try and motion to Cam. I'm trying to remember. I suspect. Yeah, damn it, I did already.
What was up?
What were you thinking of?
No, I was just trying to think if I could, because I can do an action to regain psychic points, but I think I did that just before we
your bonus
went
action
climbing.
to get one back or something, or whatever it is. Yeah.
So nope, can't even do that.
Yeah. So what's the plan, Fleabite? You and new friend.
I assume 8 has dark vision.
I mean, remember you tilted your head and it tilted its head with you and stuff. So it seems to it knew where to move its head when you were petting it, knew where to drink from. Yeah, so it clearly can see in the dark.
Then I think I will give it a potion of healing.
Okay. Yeah.
Just be like, oh, water, not such a good idea. Here, what about this? Does this have a useful effect?
Okay. So, what size of potion is this? Because I know Fleabite has a lot of junk.
Regular potion of healing.
A regular. Okay. So, roll it.
D4 plus 4?
Plus 2, I think. Is it 2d4 plus 2? I think that's it. I think that's the maths. I think it's the same healing as the Triumph option on the stream.
Yeah, it should be.
Okay, what do we get? 6? Okay.
Yeah.
Give me seconds to make a note. Yeah, you go to uncork the bottle and go to feed it that, and you can tell from obviously what you'd witnessed before, you passed out. The same effect happens. It immediately just almost inhales the magic from the potion, that the potion stops to have that nice little kind of warmish red glow that all the healing potions have. Immediately gone, and it's just like a dull liquid before it even drinks it.
Interesting.
Mm.
Can Fleabite take a sip of it first then?
Yeah.
It's I'm just imagining if you took all the if you took all the medicine out of a medicine and what's left is probably maybe not the most appealing thing.
Yeah, fair. I think most medicine starts with that as well, to be fair. It's very few medicines are appealing to consume.
I'm thinking a lemsip if you took out the paracetamol.
Well, I've always described healing potions in my head. My ideal version is Calpol.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
Wasn't Kurt Cobain addicted to Calpol?
Probably.
And everything else.
So you want to try this?
Yeah, just not drink it much, but just enough to taste.
Yeah, sip it or something to get a taste for it. Yeah, you can sip that. It's probably not very pleasant, but I don't know what that means for Fleabite, right? But it's probably not pleasant at all, and it's probably what's a good description? See when ink's drying out, but it's still in that still wet enough to be annoying stage, messy. It's maybe like that, right? So it is maybe whatever was carrying the magic element of a potion. It's whatever residue is left behind.
Okay. Well then, maybe just put that back. I think it's had its effect, and giving it like not tasting good stuff is probably also not going to curry favour with giant thing in front of
Feed it just the glass bottle with the stuff in it and just let it chomp through it all. Yeah. But yeah, it definitely looks like it enjoyed that more than it enjoyed the like just drinking the water. Yeah. It just stares at you. Its wings go back down a bit after that though as well. Like you can tell, like physically, it's no longer as like on edge. So yeah, what's next for Fleabag?
Sorry, coffee.
It's okay. See, that's like what happened when you gave it water.
Yeah. Yeah, well then I guess sort of try and motion it to follow and start trying to go out.
Yeah. It looks at you a bit confused when you're like, whatever Fleabag does to indicate follow. And then when you start walking away, it just naturally starts following after you anyway.
I lost those bird eggs, didn't I?
By lost, what do you mean?
I have a vague recollection of something foresty happening.
Did you leave them the other side of the crater? You hid them away in the bushes or something like that. So you had more room in the sack.
Yeah, I don't remember what you did with them. I'll be honest, I generally don't remember.
I dimly feel like something happened to them, but
I thought there was something forest, like we got. They're still in there, but in my inventory, but I don't think they are. Anyway.
Yeah.
Then just start heading further. My only other thought is almost like, do we use the I was almost thinking, do we try and use like the Gith crystals thing to try and call help? But I don't think that's going to.
I love the idea of Fleabag's thought process though. Like, if we call help here, we'll get the Githzerai here, and the enemy is here, and the Baru who don't like MD coming to visit.
And in all that confusion, get away.
isn't this basically our plan on Monday?
Yeah, that was our plan.
But on the other hand, I do actually think you're not wrong to want to contact them.
I think what they said was if we find other Gith of their kind.
Yeah, the other pockets of Zerai, yeah.
Yeah, even so.
You do have
I'm not
3
sure
of those crystals, though. I think I did say there was 3 of those big crystals.
Are they one use
Okay.
only?
You just don't know.
We don't even know how to use them in the first place. Fleabag just smashes one on the ground. Oops, that's not how they work.
Yeah, it's magic. It'll be fine.
Just waits for the guy to turn up. Well, he said he'd be around. Yeah.
But it's too dark.
Must see where you're going. So yeah. But yeah, like I guess you just wade into the water. I take it.
Yeah.
Okay. So this thing obviously tries to follow you into the water, and it starts to obviously has its mouth open, starts to drink in water, as you can imagine. Starts coughing and hissing and spluttering, flapping its wings. There's a lot of noise. There's a lot of throat almost again croaking again. The thing's flapping its wings. There's probably a lot of water splashing around in the dark. And then the thing backs away back up those steps out of the water.
Then Fleabag will come back up to where it is.
It does that thing where it flaps all the water off itself with its wings, probably coating Fleabag more.
They'd probably just be like, yes, water bad, but not of danger.
And the thing coughs again and just looks at you and tilts its head. What's Fleabite do?
Yeah, I'm trying to think of what. Okay, one player agency. Should Fleabite try and just hold tight for a bit and recover, or
How long is it going to take you to recover? Probably a while, right? You're pretty messed up.
So, yes, but I do get like spell slots back on a short rest, and I will read my thing. I feel like I get something psychic back on a short. Normal psychic is on a long.
What will you do with your spell slots?
Yeah, is there something you can do to sort of help your situation beyond just having spells in case you need them? Because obviously, if you're still going to be messed up, having a few spell slots back isn't necessarily going to help.
I also get the feeling I won't get the spell slots back because my spell slots are currently -8, so I suspect it will only go to -6. Actually.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
But my main thing was trying to get some psychic stuff back so that I could try and talk to it.
That isn't a bad idea.
Did you work out if you got yours back on a short rest?
I have not.
I'm pretty sure most of your psychic stuff is long resty, but because you're like... Yeah, it's hard to say. Because this is all from the rogue, right? This isn't from the
yeah.
the warlock. Which is weird to think, because you think it would feel more warlocky than rogue, but... Is it the soul knife one? Which is good. Oh, it's so fun.
I've got soul, but
And it's kind of Fleabite's life now.
well, he's also got ham, but he's not a hamster.
Yeah. And a giant hand
Also
decaying
very-
in his bag, and...
Yes.
Yeah, that's probably pretty manky.
yeah.
So I can get the 1+ on a short rest.
Okay, so you could get 1 dice back, basically, yeah. You're...
And yes. No.
Okay.
I was going to say, because the first one you use doesn't count, but that is per long, so that doesn't count.
So... How does that solve what you've seen so far? Like in your mind?
It just might help if to establish what exactly is the problems, that if it can't, it doesn't want to go through water, and I don't think Fleabite can make it.
Fleabite puts like a leash on it and just hopes to, like, just ties a rope around its neck and hopes to pull it through the water.
I did consider that, and I figured it wouldn't go far.
It's a shame you don't have that boat.
Fly.
Yeah.
You could just like go to the other side and go,
Yeah, the pss, 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 pss. Nice, yeah. Oh dear. There's a lot of water.
I'm
between
only
them.
sort of joking.
Yeah, like...
Then, okay, well, I guess that isn't all that helpful. Fleabite will try and...
I would say that
I feel like
it
this is gonna
wasn't...
be a
It
performance,
wasn't quiet
but-
in that water, remember?
Yeah, I know. Try and be like very try and show, when in water, close mouth.
Okay. Okay.
So like trying to act that out.
I mean, realistically, it's going to be either animal handling or performance. I'll give you the choice there.
Or surely persuasion.
No. It's one of those two. Yeah. Yeah.
Mechanically persuasion's worse, so I'll
I liked the attempt though, it was funny. Like, yeah. But I feel it's one of those two. Like it into survival roles? No. Okay, yeah. So what does Fleabite do to convey this physically?
like standing by the water with mouth open, get close to the water, close mouth.
Yeah.
Up out of the water.
Maybe like drink some water and also do like a quiet spluttering. And like, yeah, don't drink water, but can go through it otherwise.
Okay. It looks at you, walks up to you. As you're at the door, looks at the water, looks at you, and just like puts its head in the water and then pulls its head out of the water and looks at you again.
And I think Fleabite will start backing up through the water towards the exit, seeing if it's sort of figuring it out.
Yeah, and like it's staring at you as you sink, your reverse Ursula Andress into the water. It's just disturbing. And yeah, it looks at you, looks at the water, does that thing where it takes some 2 steps into the water and then like steps back a bit and watches as you. I assume you keep going back.
Probably, maybe 30 feet.
Yeah.
And stop.
And it's kind of like tilting its head at you, and then you can see like its wings are like moving as well, and it's looking down. And if I move us back to that map, what I'll do is it'll give us some idea of like where that means you are, right?
Mm-hmm.
So obviously this map hasn't updated. Let's see.
There's another egg.
Oh my god! It's the room's reset. It's for the next instance group.
Oh, hi, doggy.
So let me. Right. So if you were here, initially, let me bring the little dude in. Where is he? Oh, not in there. Not in there. Where are we? Where did he go? There he is. Did that work? That did not work. There he is.
Yeah.
Now if he was there with you, right? So if you went 30 feet away, where would you be? It's weird how little distance that actually is, isn't it, on this map? I forgot how fucking big this map was. Right, so yep, you head away. It looks a bit agitated, but it doesn't seem to move. Still staring at you though. And occasionally looking at the water. But it's no more than like having like, one of its feet in the water on the step. What do you do?
How can we fit a dragon into a bag of holding?
Well, doesn't it still have all that space in it because all your stuff's like on that banking? So, you did clear it out to fit some of the party in it.
I think this was when Fleabite, or when Alexander wasn't there.
No, I think you were there to like bury stuff. Yeah, remember when you were crossing from like the outer banking before you were in, call it, Barris? You crossed over to the inner banking. You explored around it. Because Keldrath ran you across the water.
While you were in the bag?
Yeah. You might be thinking of the time where you were put through the tube in the bag to get into Barris.
A few episodes before.
Yes. So yeah, but you were definitely there for the first part. I wouldn't have made people tip your stuff out. If you hadn't
Right,
been.
yeah. So that was the monastery door and the parts of rowboat and 2 planks of the cart that were 3 feet long each.
So everything you could have probably used to build a raft, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Which is funny in both accounts, actually.
Yeah, but I got to walk on water again.
You did, and it was cooler. Like running across water with a bag of holding, swinging the party around is kind of funny. But yeah, so what's the plan for like heading closer to it, heading further away from it?
I think. How about moving like to here, to the closest bank.
Sure. I'll try and get up to there, yeah.
Yeah, I'm still not too far. I'm just being like, see,
That was 40.
solid ground.
You can move 40 feet, yeah. No, I mean, you could dash if you wanted. That's what I mean. Like, you could have done that, right? But I'll also need like a wee climb check.
Well, currently Fleabite can only move 30 feet with a dash.
Okay, right. That'll be your exhaustion levels, yeah.
Yeah.
And
I guess it'll be an extra 15. So yeah, yes, 45 feet is the exact.
Okay, well, it would be 40 to have got to there. So do you want to give me a climb check? That would be athletics for that. Well, hey! Look at that.
Okay, some things still work.
Fleabite is built fairly well for that, yeah. So you get to there. Then what do? The thing's kind of like staring at you with its head cocked again, like its wings, kind of like, you know, showing some like either excitement, agitation, or apprehension, right? Like it's somewhere in that, like, you know.
It's feeling.
Yeah.
To just be like patting the ground, be like, see, solid ground, yes, not need to be water all the way.
It flies over to you.
I wondered if it was going to do that.
And then does that thing where it circles on the spot and looks at you, and just looks pleased that it is in fact solid ground. Yeah.
Just like, fine then.
Cool.
Yeah. Then would start making. They would start making his way, like down this way, and then trying to be in the ground as much as, or not in the water as much as he can before getting to the exit.
Yeah, I think it'll probably like follow you to the edge. I assume you're going to go to the steps at the other side.
Yeah.
Yep. Off you go.
See.
And then
Just like turn back and look at it as I'm guessing it's about to just leap back into the air.
Yep. Does the same. And follows on.
Yes. Well, might make easier. Although the door is not going to be.
Yeah, you did leave it like open just enough for you to like squeeze through, I think, right? So yeah, you would need to open the door more, not much more, but more, like so it could then squeeze through.
Yeah,
because you can squeeze through whatever half of a small, which would be tiny, I think, space is, and this thing has to be able to squeeze through a small size, because it's medium, and we know how loud the door is. Right, so. You want to go and tackle the door? Not literally, necessarily.
I know, I'm just like wondering with that new dimension now open to us, can we maybe get out the hole in the...
And you know, Cynthia was a medium creature, and she followed you in, right?
True that.
She was very much a
Because
medium
Cynthia can do
creature.
it, doesn't...
Yeah, that is true, Alexander. Because Cynthia could do it, it doesn't mean... Calm yourself, Colin.
Jesus Christ.
Nope. All Ryan. Yeah. So Alexander, what's the plan?
Yeah, I just not confident we'd be able to find that hole in the ceiling. and I don't really want to push things by trying to actually ride it.
Teaching it
So
that it needs to stay the right way up for Fleabite to stay on. Yeah.
So we'll head to the door.
Yep. You wanna? Is the case here like you go through the door, then look back because it's not followed you, or has Fleabite already worked out it won't fit?
I think Fleabite head through, especially sort of just to see if the coast is clear.
Okay, yeah. Give me a wee perception if you want. If you like go through and just like, you know, maybe listen and sniff for a bit and try and see if there's anybody around. Seems like you're completely alone and unnoticed.
I think the dice were very kind to Fleabite in the last few sessions. And this is...
No, the dice were like, oh, if we get him in, it's great.
Yeah.
But getting him out, ooh. The exhaustion's obviously your enemy here, right? You know it's bad. You've been through this before a while back. Like exhaustion's awful. Yep. But it was pretty much all I could do to not just kill you. So, you know, we did what we could. Also there, Finger's got you some inspiration.
Please, take it. Somebody is there only one thing to go so wrong.
Oh, I'm sure we can oblige that.
See, now that Vanger's given that inspiration, I have.
Now I'm brave enough to suggest things.
No, it's more along the lines of in there. I've got over 10,000 in that, and it's got an option for healing. Would healing help him here, or would that get rid of his exhaustion?
Healing would help him because he is missing health, but it wouldn't fix his exhaustion. No.
It also wouldn't help because my missing health is my max health.
Okay.
Because that's part of my exhaustion is my max hit points. Hit points is halved.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
I'd also forgotten that was a thing.
Yeah, exhaustion.
So
you know what? The skeleton that doesn't take exhaustion actually isn't bad.
It's getting more and more mileage, isn't it? Right? Like the more.
I mean, admittedly, like vulnerability to anything with a blunt weapon is pretty bad. To be fair,
by comparison to how often blunt weapons come up versus exhaustion, yes. But if you're building that barbarian,
yeah,
you know, it's not bad. Right, so you head through, you look around, seems safe. Yep. Yeah,
so
you're like immediately though, you hear the door like start to like do that awful like I want to say creak, but you know it's like more like stone on stone groaning. As it, you know, this thing starts to like, and you can hear it making like kind of strange like guttural throat noises as if it's like, you know, experiencing a bit of anxiety as it's trying to like push through the gap in the door, and the door is obviously being moved by it.
Then yeah, I'll help it open the door more.
2 seconds.
So does that mean that it can do the roll with it?
It got a 23 on its attempt to open that door, so you tell me if you want me to just roll again for the sake of it.
You know, sometimes doors just open by themselves.
So this thing, like, very like a dog, very eager to see, you know, its owner, like very much like pushing through. It's not being quiet at all, though. Like the fact that the door like was stopping it, that's what seemed to distress it. And like as soon as the door like moves enough for it to basically like kind of almost collapse through, it kind of like yelps a bit in that process, and then like quickly rights itself to look, and then it finds you, and then just like kind of like walks up near you.
I think we gotta start moving.
Yeah, where are you going with it? Like, where's the plan? Like,
I feel like Fleabite knows the way that Fleabite came in is the only way that Fleabite knows how to get out.
Yeah.
So, probably like start sprinting as fast as Fleabite's current state will allow.
Okay.
Well, start running, hoping, and as long as it is following Fleabite, like hoping that it's keeping pace. So I presume that wouldn't be difficult for it.
Okay, and you want to go back to the Denethorium? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yep. Why don't you give me? Are you attempting to be sneaky in any way? Like how? Like, or are you just running?
I think. I think no. I think we're the cat's out of the bag on that one.
Okay.
And I think trying to be sneaky would only slow us down. So.
Okay. Yeah.
Like I can't tell it to be sneaky. So.
You sure we're not ready for that scene? Because that's funny. Fleabite pulling a rug out and hiding under it.
We're just putting a bag on its face. Like a horse.
Yeah. But yeah, you like if you start to like try and run as fast as you can, which is maybe that almost like run hop type thing, considering the condition, your exhaustion. I guess it follows and kind of does the same. You know, it seems to like skip every so often because you're doing it. Yeah, and you're just running through the corridors of this like palace, looking for the giant balcony again. Yep. After some time, yeah, get there. Obviously, the open air is there. The sky obviously has that storm in it. What's the plan now?
Okay, player agency. Like Fleabite's plan was just to like run to there, and on the off chance that it got there, try and get it to escape. Like try and hope that we can.
I don't know that I have a better plan.
Like going through the corridors of the palace is we're gonna run into someone fairly soon. Whether it's walk or whether it have one tentacle from its face or many.
Yes.
And I feel like the last thing we want is for I feel like the Baru probably would be mildly chill. There's a chance that they're chill anyway. There's very low chance that the Illithid are going to be chill if it gets there.
Yeah, I'm not sure how they react, but I'd rather they not
Fair.
get their hands on it if possible.
I just can't think of any way to conceal it in the city.
Agreed. The only thing is, how do we get it to go where we want it to go?
Fleabite's impeccable animal handling, such performance.
Yeah.
The only thing I can add is that I know exactly what you're saying, but getting it back to us and then maybe taking it to the library and locking it up inside the library might be the best idea. Or not removing it from the cave at all.
So remember that comment you put in the other channel, Keldrath?
Hmm.
You want to put it in that library?
Yeah, but is that magic or is it mechanical?
Right? Who knows?
Right, exactly. I'm assuming it's mechanical.
What comment was that? Sorry.
It was in general chat.
General in Le Chat General.
In the general cat, yes.
Yeah. Right. Something magic. It's a good point. It might be that the stuff is sufficiently technological that it wouldn't really be affected, or on the other hand, we might get a bigger dragon.
So you're in between a rock and a hard place, as far as I'm concerned. There's no.
Yeah.
You either go up and try and hide somewhere where nobody can see you up above, or you can't. Sorry, you can't really come back to the room and stay in the room.
No.
Because eventually 10th is going to come visiting. They're looking for you already.
Yeah. Yeah.
So where would you hide a dragon?
And they left that door open to that chamber, so that's going to get discovered at some point, right? So.
Presumably. But will people necessarily know what it means?
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, it's going to be a point of interest at least.
I feel like anyone that's going to go to that door would have gone anyway, and they would have seen it was disturbed. So I don't think closing it really would have saved us any time.
Yeah.
I'm convinced, but
The other thing we don't understand is what the Brew's relationship to live dragons are.
Mhm.
We kind of assume that they're protecting this dragon here for some reason, but did they build a city around about the dragon egg, or
So we know that they didn't, because the door and that sort of the old part was Genasi.
But remember though, you did transition from clearly like the Baru style architecture into Genasi architecture. So
they built their city on top of the Genasi city.
seems like it, right? Or at least whatever was left of a Genasi like
definitely
location.
does,
Yeah.
Yep. That's something you could easily like come to, assumption wise, yeah. So yeah. So I think your options are jump off and hope it understands. Or climb down and hope it understands. Or climb on it and hope it understands. Right? Or what? What's your other plan? Like what are your options, Alexander? What do you see?
That's basically where I was going.
You could always try and get in the bag of holding and then climb down, right?
Or I get in the bag of holding, hope that it understands.
I think that's maybe a bridge too far. Which is ironic considering that you won't be taking any sort of bridge. That's not ironic though. So I don't think leaving it makes any sense. So yeah, we're gonna have to do one of those. So I guess the chances of the jump off and hope it catches me working are they're non-zero, but the risk if it doesn't work is what I would describe as high.
Butterfest?
Yes.
I think that it would be bad if that happened. So I would avoid that. Which would suggest like climb down or climb on the back of it.
How does your fatigue affect your climbing?
It'll make me slower, and when I have to do the climbing checks, I'll be at disadvantage.
Then I think you're looking at the third option and hope it understands.
Yep, I think so too.
Keep in mind, you've got inspiration if you were looking to do your climb, right? So you've always got that option to mitigate it. So
how many NPCs can we recruit using our channel points?
Enough to build a giant bridge of people. Yeah.
I would guess probably like 3 or 4.
Probably, right? Because it's what is the price of it? Is it 50k?
50k.
Yeah.
Oh, I could get 2.
There you go.
Yes, same.
That's not bad. Introduce an NPC. Barnabas, the airship pilot, visits temporarily.
Johnny teleports.
That's the most Rich Evans suggestion.
Okay, well, I think we'll give that a try. I think when we get to the edge of the Denethorium, Fleabite will look at, or will sort of gesture to the outside. And
Simba.
oh, actually, how does current how is Fleabite's ability to cast cantrips right now?
Don't know. Give it a go.
Yeah, well, you can't trip.
You don't want to trip here.
Control.
Yeah.
Okay. More accurately, what about whatever. Silent image, that's it.
Okay, yeah.
It's not a cantrip, but it's also I don't need a spell slot to use.
Do you remember last week I said a phrase that meant what what you can be exhausted of, you are exhausted of, I think I said?
Yeah.
That means that if Silent Image was you get to cast it for free, then you can't be exhausted of that, right? But if it's one of these, you can cast it once for free, or any spell slots you use, then it would be gone, right? So.
At will without expending.
Exactly. So at will is the part which is good. It means you can still do that, yeah.
Okay, well, this broke things wide open. Okay, can Fleabite try and animate a small version of new friend flying away?
Okay. You can definitely stop motion the hell out of it, yeah.
It can be animated, I'm pretty sure.
Do you want to paste Silent Imaging? It might be. Yeah.
You can make a normal thing look like it's walking.
Yeah, I think that rings a bell. But pop it in anyway. What we got? So, visible, image appears spot. It's purely visual, which is fine. You can use your action to cause it to move to any spot within range. As image change looking, you can alter its appearance to make it move. Yeah, it seems like you can make it look somewhat animated.
It also seems vague enough that it doesn't just have to be it. It could be like you clambering onto it going to a specific building.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well then, back open to the floor.
Well, it does. It does specifically say you create the image of an object, a creature, or some other visible phenomena.
Yeah, but I was more leaning into the fact that there is a great deal of vagueness there, in terms of what is some other visible phenomenon. That could be pretty much anything, right?
A rat flying on the back of a dragon.
Yeah, I get the wording does say a creature, however.
Yeah, but no, this is, we'll see how this goes.
And back open to the floor, I was pretty much thinking of flying away. I'll be honest with that.
I think that's a good idea.
Because I don't think it will make it to the room, and if it does, I don't think that will help. There's always a good chance that spaceship kind of shoots us out of the sky. So
you're happy with that level of risk like that? Yeah.
I have no idea if this is a good idea or not. It seems like one to me, but I've been wrong before.
I'm sure there is a better plan. Alexander can't think of it, and Fleabite sure can't.
Yeah, Colin can't think of it, and I don't think Vanger would either. But even so, Vanger ain't here right now, even if he could. So it's all on.
So from a player agency moment, you're happy, and I mean, don't read into this, but you're happy being two people stuck inside Varys currently versus Fleabite. Soared away on a dragon.
Be fine.
I mean, for the last however many sessions, they essentially have been on their own.
Yeah.
They have and they haven't, though, right?
Yeah.
The escape Varys group effort does exist. But I'm happy if you're happy with this plan, you can definitely give this a go.
You can give it a go. It's not going to work, but that's on you.
I think it's a good plan simply because I think it might actually have a chance of working, which I'm not convinced that I have a plan that it does. So, yeah.
Okay.
I have no arguments for or against. It's just...
Can hear the washing of your hands.
Yeah, it's one of those ones.
If you want to make this decision, then that's...
And also, on the plus side as well, you're the one in this situation, right? That's the other thing, right? It is you that need to decide what to do here. And your options, it's worth, obviously, the comments you've made. When you get back to the room, what's the plan, right? And you couldn't keep this thing indefinitely inside a bag of holding. So...
Ultimately, what would Fleabite do? Fleabite's got a dragon. Fleabag doesn't give a damn about us two at the moment. He's excited about having his foot on dragon. So
Fleabag might also not want to be eaten, though.
yeah, well,
Right? Yeah.
I know what you're going to say, Ryan. That the most effective thing Fleabag could do right now would be if he had Skyride.
I don't like you calling me out. I told you it's just a really useful spell, right? For most situations. What would you write?
Or
Help.
lol later.
Lol, Lamau, yeah.
Good luck, have fun.
Yeet.
Yeah. There's
we'll return after our long rest.
BRB, there you go. Or G2G. Got to go.
okay. Well then, back in the
Yeah, in the game.
Fleabag will attempt to climb on new friend.
Full animal handling.
Could I make this normal
Do you mean
by using my inspiration that was gifted?
can't tell if you're trying to like Aladdin Genie jank me there by saying, well, I didn't actually say I wished for you to get me out of the cave. Just if I could make it normal. If you want to use the inspiration you were bought, yes. So, you go to climb on.
Oh.
The thing like flaps its wings almost quite excitedly, and then like it like turns round fast enough to knock you off, and it tries to climb on your back.
That could be a bad idea.
It seems playful, Bo, right?
Yeah. It's not. I'm not being eaten yet.
Like this is a new thing. It's learning apparently. It does seem a tiny bit confused, but it's it's not been too distressed yet. Look at this image of Fleabag now using whatever earth elemental stones you got left is like that piece of candy just to try and lead it.
Yeah, I mean,
Place.
I had been considering something along that line.
Like just throwing them over the edge and seeing what happens.
I mean, are you sure it wouldn't be I would be climbing on the back of the
That's funny. No, the animal handling's for what the thing has to like translate the intentions as. That's why the animal handling's there.
Then I think as it's sort of getting excited, like try and not be trampled by it,
Yeah.
and then stand back up and try again.
Yeah, it goes much the same, right? Because obviously,
Okay.
this is how it works. This was the attempt at like conveying that message to it that way. So you would need to try, if you want to convey the same message, you need to find a different delivery device, right? So yeah.
I'm just trying to think. Do I have a saddle? And the terrifying answer is yes.
Oh no!
But the horse that it comes with, I don't really want right now.
Oh god, I forgot about that. Yeah, you do.
I love that phrase, but the horse that it comes with,
What
I
if
don't want.
you do want the horse?
I mean, I'm not discounting the usefulness of the horse at some point, but I feel
Yeah, but you can always buy a horse. Maybe not always, but you can often buy a horse. How often do you get a dragon? The horse could be an investment in the dragon.
but I still have to animal handling the horse.
What's your
No, I
plan
meant
with
feed
the
it the
horse?
horse.
I knew what Colin meant, but what does Alexander mean?
Well, my thoughts was eventually, if we get away from here, then having horse feed, as it were, would be quite useful.
Mm.
Whereas right now, there's probably not quite enough time to feed the entire horse to the dragon and then use the saddle that it came with. Just D&D things.
Just D&D things, exactly. On one of the prettiest balconies in the fucking game, probably. Like, just trying to train a
Use
dragon.
the horse as a distraction. Look, now there's a horse. Isn't that weird? That'd be distracting.
Right. What else you got? Right, you have a horse, right? What else you got?
Lantern? A mirror? I do have robe.
I said, where is your desirable destination currently, right? So obviously, it's not back to the room, because you said that, right?
Mm-hmm.
So-
I literally kind of think it would be really useful if we could contact, like, what's his name?
I don't know. Who you talking
Was
about?
that Safim?
Okay, Safim, yeah.
Like, someone like that would be really useful right now, so that getting away.
100%.
He has a way out.
Yep.
But we haven't really managed to do that yet.
Yep.
So ultimately,
I will say that you could ask Batuv if they know of a Safim. Obviously, right now you probably can't.
Yeah.
But that's maybe a reason to go to the room. Right?
Indeed. But then that entails the problem of what do we do with the dragon while going to the room, and how do we convey? Don't just wander openly around.
If you can get the dragon to the room, you know you've got a bag of holding, you could attempt to hide it temporarily. Right? You'd have small bursts of hiding it because it's a medium creature. Right? So your bag can support how many of those at the moment? Right? We know at least 2 for, what was it, 10 minutes? So something like that, 5 minutes? I can't remember the exact time we worked out last time for the swimming. But yeah. So you could probably hide it for bursts of like 10 minutes at a time. If you had to, I mean. So the room isn't like a total... It's not like a terrible idea. If it was Safim you were looking for, right? Because that gets you to Batuv, that gets you to... Obviously, if you want to take it and hide it in the library, it might give you longer. It might be a terrible idea, or a great idea. Or just simply an idea.
Yeah, I feel like those are kind of steps along the way to getting out of Barris.
But you understand that you're probably not going to get this unless you use the bag of holding carefully. You're probably unlikely to get through those tunnels of water with this dragon. Right?
Yeah, so that's sort of what I'm saying, that those are all steps on getting out of the city quietly.
Mm-hmm.
We could just fly away, hopefully. If that's how flight works. Which Fleablade's presuming, and Alexander is now questioning, but for all intents and purposes, that's how Fleablade probably thinks it works.
Yeah, that's fair, right? You've seen it fly. So, yeah. Not long distances, mind you, but you've seen it fly.
And obviously that wouldn't be a quiet escape. Everyone would know pretty much instantly. But it would be an escape.
Is that a giant rat on the back of a dragon? Yeah. Yeah, so... Can you roll a history check for me? Just a normal history check. Okay.
That could be worse.
Oh, it's literally it's the exact number I needed him to roll. Which was good because I was expecting it to be 9 and just to screw over my plan. Remember, Keldrath couldn't run up the wall of the city.
Right.
That's all I'm saying. It's as much as a 10 can get you.
The walls aren't the actual defense that the city has. Or they are more defense than a wall usually is.
Yeah, right?
So something similarly might not be able to go over.
Mm-hmm.
Can.
It's a reasonable thing to keep in mind. That's all I'd ask. Right?
But there is a front door.
Yeah. And presumably that has a way of opening, right?
Well, like for instance, you could have a dragon attack it.
Okay, well, as far as Fleabite knows, probably staying put here isn't a good idea.
Correct.
So, and if actually getting onto it is a problem before even flying, then that kind of
it's more-
indicates flying may not work all that well either.
It's more of a game currently for it.
Mm-hmm. Then I feel like it's up or down climbing.
Okay.
Climbing down to the room or up to just like hiding in around here. Again, that doesn't really get us anywhere after that.
Yeah, I was going to say that's just leading to that's just delaying a problem, I think, right? Sadly. Also, the higher up you go, makes when you fail a roll worse.
Mm-hmm.
Well, to be fair, like I think at this point, going any higher isn't going to make you any deader.
Yeah. Maybe it'll give him more time to come up with something on the way down.
It's definitely a lot more
Do I have
opportunity
time?
to fall, but you know.
Do I have time for a short rest on the way?
Considering how fast you fall in D&D in a round, no. Like, you fall somewhere like, is it 500 or 600 feet in a round? Like, it's quite impressive.
Never a way to channel that acceleration.
Into a punch for a barbarian, yeah.
Okay, well then I guess we start trying to climb down. This is going to be difficult, but
yeah. So you want to start? You want to start climbing down then? Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Unless anyone has any better ideas, but if
no, I feel like that was us exhausting our ideas. To be honest,
Yeah.
that process, like that was a good chat we had there about like the options and like the point of the options, and yeah, I think you're not in the wrong path, right? Like the idea of saying maybe Sufim is the best person to ask here for a way out, right? I think that is not a bad answer here, because as you can imagine from what you've witnessed in this thing's like aversion to water, unless you're going to get it in the bag of holding and everybody else is going to swim through those tunnels, what's the plan, right? Because I don't imagine somebody wants to sit in the bag of holding with this thing. Maybe, who knows?
Okay.
And obviously, we don't have Eltris, remember. The water breather.
Indeed.
Yeah. So, yeah, you want to start climbing down?
But my NPC Keltris.
Kelptris. There we go. Part Kelpie.
Yeah, so I guess just try and point to it, start climbing down, yeah. And hope that it follows me or doesn't stray too far away while I'm climbing and it's flying.
Okay, yeah. Give me an sorry, not acrobatics, sorry, what do you call it? Athletics. I couldn't get that word out there. It was like athletics.
It
yes.
was divine intervention trying to get you to be acrobatics.
Nah. Nah. Remember, you've obviously all the relevant inspiration gaining abilities you all have. Feel free to.
I think I will buy some.
We'll see how well this goes. Okay, cool. Carry on. Athletics.
Okay.
Nice.
Look at that. It's alright.
Stuff, man.
Okay. And then you descend. It is going to be very slow going, obviously, because I think like Fleabite is trying to like make sure that you're, keeping an eye on that, the dragon, and the fact that you're like pretty fucked, right? And you're climbing down. This is probably a lot more intimidating for Fleabite. maybe it's the first time you've maybe been aware of the amount of danger factors in a climb like this. And then like as you go down, like maybe like 15 or like 20 feet or whatever, enough that the dragons have to like peer over the edge quite a bit to still see you. It then like starts making those noises again, like almost those like kind of like cries, with its throat. It looks at you, and then like it looks at like the rocks, and then looks at you, and then looks back at the rocks, and kind of like backs up, and then like leaps, and then like does like a cat that's maybe slightly misjudged a jump, and it does that little bit of like panic with all four limbs, as it tries to get some kind of stability. It does that against the rocks, as some of the rocks come like flying past you, Fleabite, from above, and the thing seems to be like digging its claws into the stone.
I really wish I could just cast Spider Climb right about now.
But yeah, so you start heading down and working towards the room. So that'll obviously take some time. While Fleabite and Dragon Friend are descending, we move over to Anger and Keldrath.
Really?
Yes, who are in the room, I believe is where we left you, right?
I think so.
I think so, yeah.
It was like not long after the meal, like he parted ways. He'd given that indication during the meal that he was going to be like, if you were going to ask him to help you locate Fleabite, you got the impression he was already sending people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was sure that he sort of done his tale, as it were.
Yeah. But yeah, what do you do while you are alone again, I suppose? What's the plan?
After a minute or two, if at least start cleaning up, I would sort of turn to Beth and say, I think I said something at the end of the session, maybe towards the end of the session already, but just in case I didn't, I would say something about, I think he's already sent people after Fleabite, and sort of from there I would take it. So, how do we make sure we find them first?
We know you went up through the window. I could send the hawk out to search to see if he's anywhere close, but that won't be far.
The hawk can only go so far.
Exactly. You would have to be close for it to work.
Well, it's been a wee while now. I wouldn't count on him being too close by, so worth a try. But I think we might have to think about what we're doing next.
I will say, by the way, I think Find Familiar, you can communicate with your familiar, so you could ask it to go looking for Fleabite, but your ability to zone in on its ability to see is 100 feet, right?
Yeah, I think it literally is just like it always obeys your orders, so you could just tell it to do something, but of course then you have to requires you getting that information back from a picture of a hawk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that is to just want to give you that bit of clarity. Like you have a bit more scope than that 100 feet range. That's just your ability to see through its eyes. But it does allow you to like say, "Go find Fleabite," and then hope you get it back. Can
we do a bit of time traveling here? So we've had this meal. We've cooked this meal. We've came back. We've ate the meal. In comparison to how long Fleabite was knocked unconscious, where are we in the timeline? Are we hours apart?
That really depends what you want to do, right? Like if you were like, oh, can we go and like maybe go chat to the librarian for a bit, like for example, like that would allow me to stretch how long he was unconscious for, right? So it really depends on what you want to do. And that's not a great answer, but it is an answer.
Yeah, it's exactly the answer I was expecting.
Yeah.
Because what I was going to say is, do we hear these rocks fall down by the window with the dragon coming back in, or
Oh, they're hundreds
Are
of
we-
feet above you, right?
Right.
And not necessarily in the line. So, like, yeah, that's not something you would even get noted of. Yeah.
So, what about we decide we can't really track him down and then just spend some time in the library? Obviously, I'll roleplay it, but
Mhm.
just out of character, I don't know that we have any tools that allow us to find him. And as you say, timeline wise, it's going to be janky if we just do immediately find him, considering we
Yeah,
know from his
that's-
section that that's not what happened.
Yeah. But you could go ask Batooth,
Unless we
right?
find him and decide to leave him there.
Well, he's made his own bed.
I think he's fine here. You can handle that. No, yeah.
And
would
let's
like to
not
say
interact
something.
with this dragon either. Let's leave that for Fleabite
Yeah,
to deal with.
it's-
Yeah,
Maybe the dragon was just guarding him, and we decided to
that's
let him
fine.
wake up.
Yeah.
No, I think I'll say something. Maybe we should take this opportunity to make use of the library services, since who knows how long we'll have to wait for Fleabite's return. I'd be quite eager to see what they've got in there.
I tend to agree. Fleabite could be anywhere. We would be chasing our own tails until we got lucky. So I think so. Yes, I think so. I think we clean up and we head to the library and try and avoid 10th this time in the way there.
Yes, well, we'll have to see how it goes.
Well, I don't think we should make a secret of it. We are out finding Fleabite. If anybody should ask, we don't hide this time. We are out finding
walk
Fleabite until we.
openly and,
Yeah.
Oh, I agree, but we might need to double back at some point. But that's easy to excuse. We don't exactly know the building well. All
How
right,
many
let's
times can we
get
get lost? Yes.
wrapped up here and have at it.
I know it's easy as players to forget that you know that Cynthia should still technically be with, like, Fleabite probably, or somewhere else in the building. Because obviously you don't know that she's no longer here.
Yeah.
Of course.
But yeah, so yeah, you can like head off and try and look for the library. If you're wanting to do this in some kind of surreptitious way, you can give me a stealth roll each, and we'll see how that goes.
Also, I love the fact that Vanger is the only one that doesn't have a tail.
Okay. Yeah.
I mean, I can if you'd like. Right, a stealth roll.
He's had a
back
tail.
with-
He's been a cat a lot. So
Mm,
You know what? My stealth roll, at the very least, isn't a negative mod, so I'm just going to roll it as is.
Okay.
Godspeed me. Oh, I forgot. I'm wearing heavy armor.
isn't it nice? It just took that into account though.
Am I wearing heavy armor? I thought I was wearing medium armor.
What are you wearing armor-wise?
I feel
Scale
we've
mail.
been here before.
What? Sorry. Scale.
Scale mail. Oh, we
Yeah.
have been here before. Yeah, and it was indeed heavy armor.
Yeah. Also, that might
Well,
look a bit.
You know
odd to
what?
a
We're not
target.
really trying too hard to be stealthy.
Yeah.
Just trying not to be seen by a specific guy.
Okay. Yeah. So yeah, it does not necessarily go super stealthy, but you just have that plan in place if someone does find you, right? Well, we're looking for Fleabite, right? It is a good fallback, right? Even if you are like looking a bit odd as you go through corridors. But again, that could just be inquisitive people looking to say, "Where am I?" It might involve some bluffing as the time goes on, but we'll see. We'll definitely see. Are yous pretty much just heading straight to the library though? Since
I would
wandering
think
off
so.
will probably get you lost.
Yeah, I
Okay.
would think so.
Yeah.
We know where two places are at the present time. We know where the library is. We know where the kitchen is.
Yeah.
So
Because you had
I
that
would
like
only be sort of wondering if I felt like we needed to
Yeah.
not be seen to be going into the library. sort of
yeah,
thing.
exactly. Yeah, that's what my assumption was. Yeah. So yeah, like he's make your way there. As far as you know, he's made it there without observation, right? It is that dead end corridor though, with the crystals on the wall.
I don't like you saying as far as you know.
I have to.
I mean, we can, yeah. He has that information, but our characters
Because
don't.
as far as I know, there's a lot more in that column. Okay.
So
or not.
if I what did I can I remember?
Yeah,
or did I
yeah.
just
You know
type it
you
over
know what
again?
you did, right? You know exactly
Yeah.
what you did. Uh-huh.
I would have thought so. So yeah, I just put in the code and we can stroll on in, assuming nothing weird happens.
Yeah, like door opens. Let's head in. I assume you close the door behind you.
Straight away, yes.
Yeah.
Just in case, because they don't know the code.
And yeah, like you're back in the library room again. Doesn't seem to be anyone else here, from what you can tell so far, but it is a very big room with lots of like stacks and such.
And you did bring the thingy, didn't you?
No, you've got it now.
Have it? Did you give me it last session?
This is no.
Oh
sorry.
yes, you did.
Besides the you gave me it last session, that was all in character as far as I was concerned. Like
yeah, exactly.
Very in character. Yeah, so I suppose I would take it out of my pocket and say, right,
Where do we start?
let's see what we're looking for, I suppose. 1 second though. Hello? Anyone here?
Some silence. Turns you back. Nothing. Doesn't seem like Andy's here.
Okay, well, let's see if we can figure out what's what. And, maybe we'll activate this and see if that helps. Yeah. And, just sort of wander over and look idly around and see if I can figure out what some things are. And if not, activate the thing, or try to.
Yeah, so what, so obviously wander over and
Like,
try
do
and
I
work
remember, for instance, like, I don't know if he was eager to indicate it, but do I remember him going to a specific place when I talked about the Genasi stuff or anything like that?
Well, you can maybe history roll. We'll see.
Yeah. Histoire.
Yeah, I think you can remember like the shelf, yeah, like or the stack or whatever, yeah.
Nice.
Like I think you can remember that. That seems fair enough, yeah.
I was just kind of hoping that it'd have a disadvantage from heavy armor. For some reason, my brain
just like the
had
sheet
that.
also had been broke,
Like,
yeah, as well.
I would like that if that happened. That would be good.
Because of
so,
your heavy
yeah,
armor, your history's impaired. Oh dear.
Right, so we're looking at this area. I'm intrigued about the Genasi history in the area. Perhaps that can enlighten us in some of this dragon business. Then I'll take the stone.
So you take like the kind of like the box off the shelf that you think is the Genasi shelf. You open up the case and there's like a couple of crystals in it, and you know obviously the kind of reader tables that are around. You've seen Batuve operate it, right? It's not super complex. It's very similar to how like the door works, where it's like certain grooves and you set the crystals with certain facings in them. So for example,
would you like some rolls?
What are you trying to do? So just activate one of the crystals?
Just activate, yeah.
No, I don't think I need a roll for that. You've seen it, like you set it into one of the grooves, right?
Okay. Yep.
So yeah.
I've seen what they do afterwards, so I'd be at least able to make some sort of attempt to.
Yeah, and like it's from the fact that it's like an 8-sided crystal that you would have like potentially 8 different subjects this might cover.
Okay.
For crystal, etc. It's not exact science, obviously. Yeah. Yeah, so you put it in. Obviously, it comes up in Baru.
Right. In that case, at that point, I will take the crystal in hand and sort of squint at it. And try and activate it by deciding it should be active.
So you want to use the stone Cynthia gave, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, yep.
So I called it a crystal. I meant a stone.
That's fine. Yep. It's just because there's crystals in the scene. Yeah.
Quartz is one of the most common forms of stone there is, and people call it a crystal. It's fine.
But this is more like you're almost like a pebble in a way, like a big pebble.
Yeah, but probably still a lot of quartz in it. Quartz is everywhere.
Okay, I'm just telling you there's no
Have you heard of the
no
stone
quartz
tape
in this.
hypothesis?
No. So, have you heard of the stone cars? No. So.
Yes, we do.
Oh. But anyway, you pick up the stone, you go to like, you enforce your will on the stone to activate the magic within. You see the letters like shimmer a little. And then nothing. It goes back to as I said, Baru. The stone seemed to try and do something, and then it now seems a lot less magical than it was.
But maybe not fully, like it's lost a charge or something?
No, it feels like a stone.
That's maybe out of gamey terms, yes.
No, like I mean more like it looks like this thing's dead if we're using it as a battery. Yeah.
Oh.
Yes.
Just completely dead.
Yes.
There's well, you look at it, and I'll just toss Keltrath the stone. Tell me, see if you're getting what I'm getting.
Okay.
No problem. What happened? Did you break it?
Oh, well, I don't think I did anything. Try it. Just, same way you would use a spell. Just try and will it to work.
This is so close, like a buddy cop comedy. Like. Yep.
I'm about to die then. I'm
He
the
was
sidekick.
one day away from retirement.
The Dragonborn sidekick, yeah. The grumpy, surly dwarf cop, yeah. So, yeah, you try and use the stone to activate the magic in it as well, yeah. While looking at the projection of text. You don't even get that either. Like, see what Vanguard got, where it was like the letters shimmered for a moment and then reverted back. You don't even get that. It's like there's nothing. It's just you holding a stone.
Would insight help into telling us what's happened here?
You could give it a go, yeah. Like, you could give it a go.
No.
It not work.
Yeah.
Good insight.
It is a really good insight.
It was only a stone she picked us.
Like the worst you could do is almost a 10. That's not bad.
My favourite thing is the idea that, like, yeah, it's only a stone, she lied. Just what you said. Yeah, it was good. Like, oh dear. Remember though, I think I did describe earlier. It definitely looked like it had an enchantment on it before. Like it definitely looked like a magic stone before. And the one she gave you was like the image of Fleabite worked.
I am gonna try and do something.
Okay.
Eyes of the grave.
Eyes of the grave. Yeah, not in this occasion. I sort of squint at it for a second and sort of stroke my beard and say, it's almost like as soon as the magic became active, it was siphoned off. I wonder. Then, I'm going to cast Goodberries with a level 1 slot.
Yeah. And get a handful of berries.
And I sort of have a sniff, a little smell of them, see if they smell all right, normal.
Absolutely nothing that you can gauge, even from like your passive insight there. Like, nothing you can gauge seemed off about that casting.
Okay, I'll bite into one.
Yeah, you get a hit point back. You were missing one.
I wasn't missing one.
Yep. You probably feel fuller than you need to. Yeah.
These feel fine. The spell worked. I mean, of course the spell worked. I managed to conjure them, but it's not like I conjured them and then they immediately went inert. They feel. I mean, try one. It's like it's working. And he holds them out to you just in case you do want to check.
I am going to check because I could be doing with 2 hit points back.
Yeah.
Fair. Take them if you like.
Give him 2.
He sort of says absently, pours them into your hand. I'm curious.
So yes, I'll take a couple and I'll try them.
Yep. I love the idea
Have
that
they
it's not just a cop drama anymore. It's like a cooking chef drama as well, where he's just travelled the world. Yeah.
Have they maybe previously had experience of people bringing such devices in and made wards against it?
Good roll insight if you wanted on that, based on what you witnessed. You want?
Yeah, I'll try. I'll try
Yeah.
a little insight. How's that for a little insight?
Okay. Roll Arcana for me now. Okay.
I was
I'm
just
less
about to
good
ask
at
if I
that.
could do that.
I was gonna say you can do it. Like I was about to say you could do it with advantage, so you can roll again.
Yay! Oh, well,
Okay.
11.
So, based on if we go with what I can give you on a 10 or higher, okay, like 10 to 11, that bracket is. It didn't look like anything in the room did anything to that stone. Because you would assume if that was the case, it would have done it to your magic as well, or you'd have felt something about that, right? As I said, it was more like a dead battery. However, Vanger wants to translate that, obviously.
So that's interesting.
I can't give you more than that, though. But the insight to get the Arcana
that's
is,
fair.
yeah.
Vanger is probably going to take from that. No, it wouldn't make sense. It wouldn't make sense for it to have been drained because it's not like we used it.
I'll also give you this, right? Keldrath can't roll Arcana off his insight, but if you explain something enough of what you've learned to him, he could roll off the back of that. Yes. I'll give you that much as well.
I will try and convey to him. Right. I think I know how I'll put it. It's I don't know. It's like it's drained dry. We only. It's these things should only be active when you want them to be, and it's not like we were translating text all along the hallways. But it all charge just gone in an instant. Like it's. I don't want to say faulty or something, but there was magic there and wasn't even enough to read a single word. Like the whole thing drained out just from that attempt. I wonder if maybe because these enchantments would typically be worked on scrolls, books, inscriptions, maybe because of that, it just it wasn't prepared to handle gestures like the crystal projection thing. This level of complex machinery. Like I'm trying to ask it to do too much at once, and it's all drained out as a result. But it's like it's spent. Like you know yourself when you've used up all you have in you in the day to try and trying to conjure something and it just won't happen. It felt like that. I mean, I don't know how it felt for you, other than that it didn't work. But for me, it felt like there was something there, but it was gone. The last tiny little sputter tried, but it's hard to explain. I don't.
Maybe, as you say, the stone is trying to read a parchment, but the information within the Baru technology, maybe it's just too much at one time. Let me try and investigate.
Yeah,
Is that enough for me to roll down? Yeah.
It is, but just a normal Arcana, not an advantage one. Yep. So,
It's better.
typically, you've got different types of ways of making like enchanted items. You've got like standalone ones, or you've got ones that are bonded to who enchanted them. Right? So, almost as if you're extending your magic to something. Or, if it's in the case of, say, like a magic scroll, you can infuse it with magic, and then it retains that until it's used. So, it could be that this thing either has been faulty in its design, or was bonded to whose magic it relied on. And who gave you the stone?
Cynthia.
And
Which
what
brings us back to the timeline. Where are we?
I think you now know where you are, at least in certain events, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I will go back to Vanguard and says, it looks like the link is missing. It looks like Cynthia is no longer connected to the stone, and it's that's missing, that link to Cynthia. Maybe she's behind a barrier, maybe she's too far away, but it's that link that seems to be missing.
I hate to, well, I hate to say it, but maybe she's not among the well. Stops for a second and sort of thinks maybe she's not in the waking world anymore. Quite exactly what she was to begin with was unclear. A spirit, perhaps, of some sort. I'm certain, at least, that she wasn't a normal human. It might be that perhaps if there was anti-magic about, even some sort of anti-magic could nullify her powers or force her no longer to manifest. And of course, there's always the possibility that something was able to. So I dread to think what could do that. If he was a. Oh, you saw what she was capable of. But well, I fear this can't be a good sign.
And I fear that we have no purpose in this room without our friend returning then to explain. If the stone is useless,
Agreed, but there is one benefit to being here. We're less likely to be walked in on.
but that leaves still the question of Fleabite. We now go and search for him, or do we?
How would we find him? He headed up the way, I believe, but well, neither of us is the climber he is. And I know you've shown some impressive mobility, but let's say you got enough momentum to run straight up that cliff wall. It's not going to be subtle. Whereas he can scamper around the nooks and crannies.
Indeed. And plus, using my skills earlier, trying to run up the walls, I failed.
I suspect you would be able to do it in inside. I think whatever magic protected the place probably only applies to the outer rim. Can't guarantee that, but if I were building a walled city structure, I would, well, probably not protect the inner part.
There's no harm in trying in here. I run to a wall and I try and run up a wall.
Yeah, you manage for as much as you can height-wise, yeah? Like,
yeah.
It's probably reasonably tall. It's probably like reasonably tall. Yeah.
Running up the wall magically, or was that just that you were
It's just
fast
an
enough?
inability. There is no magic.
Curious. I suppose I could take another form, but frankly, the steepness cat would be ill suited. I'd have to turn into something smaller. Either would be quite capable, but fast as a spider can be, takes it some time to climb a cliff. Also, birds could be an issue.
That's a fair point.
I'm going to turn around and I'm going to look at you and I'm going to go. Having a flea bite on my shoulder was enough of a horse. I am now carrying a spider on my shoulder now as well.
No, that's all right. I just meant if I were to turn that into that sort of form, I could crawl up the walls myself, but it would be
A long, slow journey.
arduous, and frankly,
What's your limit on wild shape at the moment?
2. So I've used 1 as well, so I only have an hour, and that's what I was just sort of getting
No, I
to.
mean
And frankly,
CR rating.
it's based on druid level, so it hasn't changed. It's still very low. I have to check what it was again.
The reason I ask is because obviously giant spider is always an option.
Pretty sure I can't do that.
That's okay. I was just wondering.
But I think I looked before, and it hasn't improved because I haven't got any more druid.
That's a challenge 1, just so you know, for a challenge that, so you might not be at that level yet. You might still be like a half or a quarter, depending on what your back is.
Of quarter or
Yep.
lower.
Okey-dokes. Figured I'd check though, because it did.
Yeah.
Let's return the stones to where we found them, so nobody knows that we've been here.
And like perfect timing, you start to hear the door open. And we go to break, obviously.
Of course.
Yeah. Right, so we'll be back in about 10 minutes. I see everybody soon. Okay, we should be back. Please let me know if the audio is working, folks. Should be.
Find out.
Good. Hello again.
Yep. Sounds like it.
Excellent.
Yep.
I still have your startup screen.
So, welcome back to the invasion. I nearly said the keepers, but it's the invasion. My brain's already moved on to Friday, apparently. The invasion session 77. It's not an indication of anything. It's the 19th of January 2022. I am Ryan, GM. Here are the players.
Good evening, my name is Alexander, and tonight I'll be continuing to play Fleabite the Skated. Still pretty terrible at it.
Coming live from the fishbowl.
Good evening, everyone. My name's Chris, and tonight I am Keldrath, and I'm in heaven in a library.
Really? Heaven?
It is for me,
Anyway.
my character, yes.
I worked in libraries for a long time. Sucks. Anyway, it doesn't suck. I liked it a lot. I really did. And I miss it. Hi, I'm Colin. I will be playing Vanger, the cleric, druid, dwarf, guy, man, person. Don't know why I stumbled over the word cleric there. Let's just say I didn't.
Okay.
Yeah, sure.
Still fishbowl?
No, you're not.
Sounds better.
Oh dear. So, yeah, we have Keldrath and Vanger in the library, having a back and forth chat after running up a wall to test some skills. Seems like the door began to open on both of you in the library itself, with one of the big books being projected into the open space above the table, and walks a familiar face.
God.
Betuv.
Ah, good.
You
You
say
said
that.
that there. That was different. Actually, that was the purpose.
Who did you think was going to look in?
It's not as Batuth alone, let's put it that way.
Weirdly, Klaus Barbie, which would have been
Mm.
terrible.
Oh,
Okay.
Wow.
your mind
I'm
works differently to
glad
mine.
that everybody knew enough to be offended that I said that. Listen,
No.
sometimes you've just got Operation Paperclip, a torturer. Anyway, I would never criticize America's foreign policy in the mid-20th century, as you know. But
As
what I
I
would
know.
do is react to Betuv entering the room.
Mhm.
He is alone, right?
No, Klaus Barbie's with him. Right, he's alone.
Okay.
Otherwise known as 10th.
Oh dear.
Wow.
Wow.
I was suspicious of him.
Tugs at
I
Klaus.
was suspicious. Should we start with this? Ben?
Yes, I think we
Is
should.
that a good idea?
I think we should
Okay.
start this again.
Am I
Okay,
going to have a race of lion people and they live in Leon? Is that where we're going with this? Like how rough do we want this to be? No lion roar puns intended there. Yeah.
That's the end of that. Yeah,
I-
we move
I-
It's the end of this
I,
game.
right.
You're right.
Okay, yeah. In this game,
So Betuv seems to be alone. Swiftly closes the door behind him, turns round quickly and goes, "Oh, you've returned."
yes. We thought we would try the thingy. Oh, hold on. Am I sounding all right for everyone?
Yeah, but I
Yeah.
can't see
Yeah.
everybody.
Oh, I just got the standard. Your connection has been interrupted.
Yeah, I was gonna
pop
say.
up on-
Yeah, I noticed Roll20. I was like, nobody's in Roll20. Only me.
Yeah. Sorry. What was it? Yes, we thought we would try the thing we mentioned, but unfortunately, well, Keldrath, you seem to have some thoughts on what might have happened to it.
Yes, we believe that the stone may have been linked to Cynthia. And
Have we?
Who?
Sorry, character. Have we explained?
Sorry.
No.
Oh, yeah. I
to a
did.
friend of ours, yes. And they may have moved. Well, that's going to be even more difficult to explain, isn't it? Moved out of range.
Cynthia
with her
is
ear.
difficult to explain, to be honest.
She was well, she was. I wouldn't say that. Sorry, that's me slipping in, not Vanger. She's sort of a It's actually, I'm not entirely sure. She's some sort of incorporeal being. She's not a flesh and blood person, or at least not anymore. Any road, I think something is interfering with her power. Well, Keldrath thought that, and I think he's right.
And
Indeed,
this
indeed.
Could it be your city's defences?
he kind of looks a bit like confused and intrigued, right? It's got that kind of like a puzzle. Oh, this could be interesting. But you can see like he's been racking his brain a little bit, furrowed brow and whatnot. And he says, I'm not too sure what would have been happening with this, to be honest. What this what did she do to this device, this Cynthia?
Well,
And did it to us, is all we know. We don't really. She said it would just work. It would translate any language for us, and Vanger tried it, and it just seemed to fizzle out and die.
it definitely. It felt. I could tell there was a charge there. That something happened. Like it tried to read, and for a second, it was like the shapes, the symbols started to rearrange into something I could almost recognise. But then, before I could read anything, it was already gone.
Yes, like he puts his hand out as if to like indicate, can I see it? You know.
Oh, you've got it again, don't you?
I do. So yes, I'll open up my hand and I'll pass it over to him.
Also, for purposes of avoiding any issue with Thingy Bobber, you should hold on to it again, just so that he doesn't think that, oh, isn't it weird that you've given it over to...
Yeah. And yeah, and he kind of looks over and he goes, perhaps simply, like as he's like looking over, he's just mumbling away to you guys obviously, because perhaps simply it just needs its charge replaced. And he's like starts turning the stone over in his hand and goes, where would you put the charge? He looks up at you, a bit confused at the stone he's holding.
Well... That's it's more complicated than
the difference between maybe technology and magic. But
right, okay.
Although I suppose it is still technology because it's using a device to carry this.
Turka just nods and goes, I don't know if I'll be able to help with this. But you said it was to translate? And he gestures to the text floating from the crystal that you're obviously trying to read.
Nod enthusiastically.
Right. Depending...
That's a session name idea, by the way.
Okay. Depending on the sensitivity of the information and the speed in which you wish to go at, I could attempt to translate for you, of course. I am no magic stone, however. He holds it back out to you, Keldrath. Like he doesn't know what to do with it.
Jokingly. And where do we plug you in?
He does, he chuckles a bit at that, right? Like he chuckles. Maybe he does that now, like when somebody snort laughs through his trunk. Like, yeah. Yeah. It's amused him a bit. And he says, hopefully nowhere. I wish he knew that you were a chef, because then he could have made a joke about like your cooking, you know.
Keldrath, my friend, what languages do you speak?
Myself, I speak Draconian. I speak Dwarvish.
I didn't know that. And he
yes, you did.
That in Dwarvish.
I shouted at you.
Did you?
You remember when we first met in the room? I shouted at you when we first met in the monastery.
No recollection. Well, that makes sense.
And there's something else I've got as well.
To be fair, that wasn't months ago.
That was Colin forgetting that, but also I thought it made sense for Vanger to have forgotten that.
And it was
He's a
months
funny
ago
old man.
in game.
Yes, so common,
Chronic.
draconian, dwarvish, and orc for some reason.
Nice.
Orc. Oh.
Orc. Don't even know if orcs exist in this world.
They do, yeah.
I don't. Well, that's quite impressive. I know the common tongue, of course. Dwarvish is my first tongue, and I know Primordial about as well as any mortal man does.
It's just funny because
if
Primordial
I'm-
must be a bit Latin-y in this world, right? Like where it probably very little speaks it. You know?
Yeah. No, that's Church Primordial.
Ah, okay.
So,
High Primordial, yes.
so it's I mean, yeah. Well, they obviously it's a bit of an old-fashioned thing, but the priesthood still insists you learn a bit of it, and I took my studies a little further. He says, nodding, as if to explain. Well, obviously, I mean, I know it's not practical.
Like as any bearing on the two people you're talking to, it's so good.
And for myself, being brought up in the monastery, surrounded by books and surrounded by other travellers, it made sense to learn some of the other languages that were.
You can see like Batuve's quite excited
Travelling
about that
amongst us.
idea, and he's like, it's just a shame that the Brew are so solitary. I would love to. If our gates were open, I imagine I'd be at the front desk. And he just chuckles a bit to himself at that thought, almost wistfully.
I sort of look over to Keldrath and sort of like, not quite whisper, but sort of say under my breath, an orc wrote a book.
It was called the Ark of War.
Yeah. There were a few orcs that lived within the monastery.
See?
I understand the difficulty. They were brutal or brutish, but there are still some amongst them who were, because I assume they are all dead or captured, the ones that were in the monastery, but they were
Oh, of
willing to
course.
learn.
Sorry to bring up bad memories there.
No, it's okay. It's lost friends, but there will be a time that we will meet again.
Strange, I suppose I've never really thought of orcs living outside their own people. But then, I've seen stranger things, so perhaps I shouldn't be so surprised. That was not a reference to Finn Wolfhard.
No, but there's a picture-in-picture of like Fleabite and the dragon like climbing down the cliff, just very oddly.
The dragon is actually voiced by Finn.
Yes, the dragon is in fact voiced by Finn Wolfhard.
Sorry.
He did all the motion capture for it. Yeah.
And I'm gonna say something a bit what's the word I'm looking for? Sleekish,
Yeah.
I suppose. But you have also seen Baru outside, and even the Draconians, we don't travel much. So to say the orcs, there will be some. There'll be some within every people, I suppose, would be the right word.
And to give you a scope of like orcs, very very snapshotty as like a the more you know type pop-up box.
Yeah.
Like people's like grandparents might tell you that orcs are the savages that will come from the dark and like take you or whatever. Don't wander too far or the orcs will get you. But like that's a very old, really old-fashioned stereotype of them. They're very tribal. They're very insular, and most of the fighting they do is between chieftains of the individual clans now, rather than out with For example, like Vanguard, you technically met Damien Green. He was
I did, yeah.
like he was part of an orc tribe, and he was welcomed in, and he wasn't an orc; he was a human. So
Did he discuss that with us?
I mean,
Can't recall.
it was the implication is that Damien Green has travelled quite a bit of the world. Right, so it's not. I mean, I was even tempted when you brought up orcs and monsters. I was like, maybe Damien Green had even went as far as that, right? Like, I could imagine that type of character being so well travelled, because they were like call it like a horizon walker ranger. So I imagine they get around quite a bit. But yeah, like orcs generally keep to themselves now, so as not because there was a big change in direction with orcs. It used to be, very bad, problematic, savages, and then it all got like civilized, and all the tribes split up into their different what do you call it, like mini cultures, if you will, and then that started to settle down the orc problem, as it were. They all then, like, and as I say, it's been like maybe the last, say, up to 100 years of people don't really see them anymore, but they are out there, right? And you'd maybe see one or two, like in a city or something, if you're lucky. So yeah. But you could go looking for them.
I'm going by the classic sort of trope of dwarfs not liking orcs.
But yeah, and you're more
vice
than welcome
versa,
to.
But also, thinking about it in terms of timeline, we sort of discussed that Vanguard is going to be a few hundred years old.
Mhm,
Like, exactly how old, I'm not sure. Right?
But yeah, like, so you'd remember the slightly more savage kind of like times of the orcs. But they definitely have changed quite a bit, like culturally. But as I said, people like elderly grandparents and stuff would still, be that old-fashioned minded. Whereas nowadays, people like somebody young might be like, "What's an orc?" But yeah,
Fairy tale.
yeah, like but
Just
you could
like dragons.
like you could go like people knew dragons existed, etc. People know orcs exist, right? Like that's the thing. People know they exist. It's just you don't interact with them much, and you're likely to see an adventurer if it's an orc in a city, right? Or a player character if it's an orc in a city. That type of stereotype rather than.
Yeah.
But you could if you were looking for them, you could go looking for like an orc tribe, and it probably wouldn't take that long to find one. That's the wee snapshot of like what they are in this world.
Maybe Vanguard is some slightly outdated views on orcs then.
Okay, yeah.
So yeah, he's a pretty nice guy overall. I'm not gonna start making like a raging orc of him, but he's there's probably some historical dispute there at heart.
You remember Fleabite's mission?
Hmm.
Attack first. Maybe this is.
I mean, like, yeah, like so. I would probably sort of vaguely. Yeah, that makes sense. I'm happy enough with sort of how I handled that initially then, because that would fit in with maybe someone who is a slightly older dwarf and dwarves are quite long lived. Looking at it in those terms,
that makes sense, yeah.
But yeah, so what I was sort of going for there, by the way, and asking was thinking about it in terms of between us, we all have several languages, and you've got what, 4? I've got 3. There might be bits and bobs that could be more easily translated into one thing or another.
Yeah.
Maybe
that makes sense. Yeah, like if Batuve can convey something.
This or that.
Yeah, if things translate easier to other languages. That makes sense. And like, yeah, I like that. Works for me.
So I wonder if maybe Batuve would have got that just from what I was saying there, essentially, or because if not, I'll just say it to him. But like, he's a
roll.
person, obviously.
His insight. You wouldn't be able to tell, right, if you got it or not from his look in his face. He's maybe just kind of taking in the fact that these are talking about each other and goes, "Wait, an orc wrote a book?" Like all that back and forth, and he's just kind of like waiting to see how that plays out.
Aye, so what I was sort of meaning there was between us we've got. I mean, there's some overlap there, but between us we've got what, 5 languages. You clearly speak a few yourself, and I'm sure you'll be just as capable in translating. There's bound to be some overlap where we could translate some of the information, make it a bit more digestible for us without sort of necessarily having to go through everything laboriously, but bit by bit. If you could sort of guide us rather than maybe directly translate word for us, because I think if, with some of the older languages, Draconian with Primordial, there's probably some similarity in your own being that it is one of the older languages. Or there may be some interaction there.
Kind of nods. He says, be quite. And it was almost like as if he goes immediately into like a bit of a ramble. He starts like rambling about how surprised people are when they find out how many languages have leaned on other languages from previous civilizations, etc. And you can tell that where like certain people like originated, this culture and this culture grew up together but have different languages, how much of their similar terms are the same, etc. And he rambles a bit about that for like before he kind of catches himself, then just chuckles but goes, sorry. It was my primary study was the translation of other works, you see.
I'm just going to sit there smiling, loving this
Yeah.
interaction.
Yeah, it's like a bit of a nerd out.
Your enthusiasm is evident.
Okay, curls up his trunk a little bit at that, and then he says, this particular volume you're reading, though, you mentioned before an interest in the Genasi.
Oh yes.
And you speak Primordial, you said.
Well, I speak Primordial as it's taught, if you see what I mean. Living Primordial is no longer, sadly, is no longer with us, but I can read many ancient texts, and interestingly, actually, I've seen some modern examples of Primordial being used as almost a hidden code for educated people who don't necessarily want others reading what they're writing.
It kind of cocks his head and goes, oh, like that really like, oh, well, like a puzzle? Immediately lights him up.
In a city down below the mountain, some of the records kept by the noblemen there, one particular family, in fact, some of it was written in Primordial, and that contradicted some of the information that was written in the common tongue. Now,
what was the significance of the information and the Primordial text?
Well, the information in the Primordial would indicated a very different how to put it, the legitimacy of certain titles of some very important people would be well, it wouldn't be completely erased, but I don't know how your society structures itself in terms of rulership, but humans in particular have some very intricate hierarchies, and their ruling dynasties often use some pretty arcane codes to determine who is or isn't the legitimate heir.
So this indicated that whoever was in charge shouldn't be?
It indicated that someone else had a better claim, yes.
And what was the significance of using Primordial to convey this, if it was indeed a human city?
Well, the simple answer is I've never... that I remember anyway. I might be wrong, but I'd never remember encountering a human who could speak it.
He kind of like nods and he goes, it's not common to them, no. As far as gestures to the library, as far as I'm aware.
A handful of very educated humans, I'm sure, do. And in the library of a wealthy city, especially one with a number of noble houses striving for control, well, what I would say is that it would be a very good way to hide information in plain sight, knowing that few would be able to read it if they even did think to try.
So a way to hide it from themselves.
They would want to be able to find the information for their own purposes should they need it, but they would also want to protect it from the eyes of others. So
Then who left the message?
that's
If
a
the
very
others-
good question.
If the others, you say, like this was chosen to obfuscate it from them. It's a big word for him to use when he's translating into common, what he's never really spoke much of, but we're going for it.
I've thought about it a fair bit, and it's there are some options. There are the people themselves who may have wanted to record the correct lineage, but not in a manner that others could read, for their own future purposes, to keep the truth within their family.
He starts like nodding, taking this in, as if trying to piece the puzzle together himself.
And frankly, that was sort of my assumption, but I don't know, truthfully, if that was true. But the other options are, well, it could be additions made by others. Perhaps the people in question don't speak the language, and someone else knew that, but thought that it would be a clever way to sneak some misinformation in. Although there is some reason to believe that it may indeed be correct, but it may not be. You know, can't always trust your eyes. But the thing is, though, there are so many potential suspects because every other noble has a good reason to want the leading family toppled, because the number one position is suddenly open. Even if they can't go for it directly, well, that moves them up by default, because you don't really fall from the top to the second place. If
Okay.
you were toppled,
He chuckles a bit to himself and he goes, "It is quite amusing. And I mean in no disrespect to the humans below, but it is quite amusing to us that you wouldn't simply appoint those best fit to rule. The idea that it would pass from me to my offspring simply because I was fit to rule is somewhat amusing to us."
Well, it's slightly more complicated than that. The families work on that basis, but then there's a question of which family gets to govern, and that's largely a matter of building alliances amongst the families.
Kind of chuckles a little bit.
It's really quite complex.
It sounds quite fascinating. Perhaps if I'm ever granted leave of Barris, I may visit this Evershade city, I believe it's called.
It is indeed. I hope you get the chance. It's a strange place, but certainly interesting.
Kind of just nods a bit.
There's,
to
of
himself.
course, actually, the possibility that the librarian herself might have been responsible.
I see. He's like, again, like his interests are immediately like snap back, like, and how so?
Well, she would know her stock fairly well, although it's extensive, admittedly, and no one is well read enough to know every book in their library in and out. But, well, at least not a substantial library, which that one is. But the fact that it was a section pertaining to the reigning noble house, and she herself was of noble birth.
Was she of this noble house?
A different house, but still, the fate of every house is of interest to all the others, because, as I say, when one goes down, the others move up. She would know her books. She would know the sort of information that would be harmful, whether true or false, to another noble family. And she's probably among the people in that city most likely to know Primordial. The only thing is, really not sure what she has to gain.
Kind of like shakes his head and goes, no, it would seem that it would only bring potential trouble to this individual if it was if you see one of these noble houses of significant influence were to find that she had indeed provided this information, what would she benefit from this?
I think I can only think it would be. I mean, even if she were to successfully oust the top of the house, well, the natural order of things, as far as this point of view goes, of course, would be that the legitimate heir, who they're depriving of his title, would be restored. Who would still be their own family.
But who've got like almost like rubs his chin a bit as if like proper deep in the mystery.
A bizarre set of circumstances. It was brought to my attention by another party who subtly indicated that I should read the books in question. But he has his own interests as well, and frankly, while I think he's an honest man, I can't rule out the possibility that he had some hand in setting things up. He does have contempt for the rulers of the place.
So, would he directly benefit from any kind of destabilization?
I suppose that depends if he thinks, or if he's even particularly eager to do this if the opportunity arose. But if he thinks that he could topple the entire structure and supplant it himself,
do you think
he seems
he would be capable of such a venture?
Well, probably.
I think like Betuva looks a bit shocked at that answer, right? Like he was kind of expecting you to say probably not. But he does look like quite visibly like, really? You think one guy could do that?
I've met the man, and he is a man of considerable power and knowledge and some wisdom. But
perhaps he should be then their leader if he is so capable.
Perhaps there's something else there. There's pride, a great deal of pride.
Okay, nods and goes, again, if this is a man whose praise is carried by others so openly, he gestures to you, then perhaps this pride is not misplaced.
Perhaps not. I owe him my life. I can truthfully say that.
You think this is the man responsible for pointing you in the direction of this information?
I do indeed.
And then why you, if that's not too forward to ask?
It's a very good question. I have a couple of theories. Firstly, he clearly knew who I was ahead of meeting me, or at least he appeared to. He seemed to be prepared. He seemed to have done his research. But even if he hadn't, and he only had a vague idea of who I was, as I say, he's a knowledgeable man. He would likely have an inkling of what a man who has walked my path in life might know. In other words, someone who knows a little bit about culture of the dwarves might know that our priests do tend to learn some of the old tongue.
Seems knowledgeable enough to perhaps know the origins of Dwarvish, then. You know your script comes from Primordial originally.
There's generally agreed that there's a strong relation.
It's like nods, like emphatically. Yeah.
We do always think of it as a precursor. It's true, and it does have a certain sanctity as a result of that. It's seen as an almost purer tongue.
But Tuv, like, you can see he's like rolling that around his head a bit. That like the phrase "purer tongue," and he says, "Interesting that you wouldn't find a language distilled from a collective purer being Dwarvish."
I think part of it is a question of the elemental nature
Nods.
of the genasi, whereby many dwarves live underground, as you may read. We do have a reputation for being fond of mountains, and many of us don't. Many of us don't. Plenty of us prefer to live, or
It does like
rolling
gesture around and
hillsides.
says, "And in a way, we are partly in a mountain ourselves."
Indeed. There's lots of reasons that people might choose to construct within a mountain. It's often a very secure location. Can be an excellent source of warmth. But it's true that dwarves have always felt a strong connection to the earth. And that elemental connection perhaps is seen as a sacred tie to our own origins.
He kind of nods and he goes, "This is some of the scholars of Baras's suspicions. Any theories on the subject of those types of connections?"
Well, no specialist in these matters, but
He puts his hands up defensively. Nor am I.
I am a priest, though. It's difficult because dwarven myths often talk about us as if we are literally born of the earth. But that's also true of a great many other cultures.
Puts his hands up
don't
again
retain
and is like,
The same link.
as someone who has learned most of what I know through my primary role as translator, I find that born of the earth can be interpreted in many ways.
Aye.
Kind of like nods awkwardly. As Primordial would have it, it might be more appropriate to say from earth rather than born of the earth, which would again lead a lot of our scholars to theorize the connection to the earth genasi themselves being the progenitors of the dwarves.
Indeed, and it's certainly it's a view held by some. It's certainly not universal.
No, many would argue this.
But there are, for instance, tales of specific gods directly forging the dwarves by hand from the ground. We often like to think of ourselves as master craftsmen. Now, admittedly, who doesn't? The elves are quite fond of their own craftsmanship as well. But it's true that we take pride in our smithing, in our architecture. We have, while not as advanced as your own, of course, we have some fine works of metal and of stone that can really the marvels that last for millennia in some cases. Humans, as impressive as they are, and as far as they've come, they really haven't mastered stone. And to many people, this is an indication that they just don't have the elemental knack for it that we do.
Nods. There's none of the works I have read have indicated that the humans derive from the genasi.
And yet, I understand some of their own myths describe their creation in very much the same way. This god or that god picked up some sand and shaped a human out of it.
He just nods, like vaguely.
I would always think you would start with two at least, but usually it's one for them.
He gives you like a funny look for like a half second until it dawns on him. Like, do you know that? Like he's too in the mysteries of like people's theology, and he goes, "Oh, of course, yes," and just nods.
Vanger shrugs.
Mhm.
Um,
Like he almost looks a tiny bit embarrassed, right? That like it took him that long to click. And he says,
fascinating creatures, anyway.
yeah, and he goes, the all this talk of origins of these races, but you're reading on or attempting to the fall of one.
Well, the Genasi did so much to shape the world and this peoples that would come after them, and they're clearly not fully gone. There are still those that carry their blood, and yet they are gone for all. Genasi civilization exists in ruins and scattered individuals with, in some cases, little or no knowledge of their own culture.
His nods.
It's a terribly sad thing, but all things must pass in time. But yet it remains a question that's of enormous interest to a great many people. Because however inevitable things may be, all things, as I say, have their season, but how and why still matter, I think.
You know, this is precisely why we keep the records we try to keep and maintain and collate. Obviously, it's more difficult as time moves forward with our insular nature, though. But we do try.
Your information in the outside world must have increasingly dried up.
And kind of like, you can tell reluctantly he's agreeing here, right? Like body language wise, immediate, like almost like that's disappointing to him. Also, sleep well, Siren.
Goodbye.
And yeah, it'll be fine. What could possibly go wrong? Thank you for having joined us. But yes, as I said, looks very reluctant to like agree with that, but you can't deny it, right? Like obviously, the more insular a nation becomes, the less info they're gonna get. So it's not like they're sending like elephant spies out there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do like the idea of like Baru commandos.
Yeah.
So sneaky, we don't know about them at all.
Well, nobody talks about the elephant in the room, right? That's why. It's
Yeah,
the
that is
politeness,
true. That is true. That's like Ark logic, but it's a good point.
But yeah, so he does that, and he says, if you would both like, it might take us some time. I don't imagine it would be a fast thing at all, but if you can afford some hours away from your room, perhaps we could glean some information you're trying to seek. And gestures to the crystal.
Sometime. Our friend seems to have gone walkabouts, and he is a difficult man to find. If indeed he is a man. Truthfully, I've always just assumed.
He just nods. Nods like Batuv isn't really thinking about what you're saying at the moment. Too busy, kind of excited about the idea of studying. Yeah, like studying stuff. Yeah, like the problem solving. So
is Levi ever mentioned? He says to Keltra.
You've known him longer than I have.
But, I mean, he never actually really tells you anything. It's mostly just flea bite is flea bite, which, aye, that's true. But it's not very informative.
No.
Batuv kind of chuckles at that.
Shrugs again.
Yeah. And then, I guess he's maybe get to work, right?
I'm going to throw something else into the conversation before we move on.
Yeah.
Batuv, through the conversation you said a pass to be able to leave the city. Is that something that happens? We were under the impression, I know Vanger has met.
Did he mention anything about leaving the city?
Oh, you talked about the idea if he could be.
Yeah. Like,
didn't seem hopeful, to be fair.
No, exactly. But I'm trying to lead him. I remember, we're looking for somebody else at the same time.
Astray is the word you're looking for. You're trying to lead him astray.
Exactly.
To astray, carrying another stray. Yeah.
I was looking for a pun for elephant in German just because of an
Okay.
earlier thing we said, and
Yeah.
to my immense disappointment, the German for elephant is
Elephant.
predictably elephant.
It's with an F instead of PH.
Germanic languages, they're
Mm.
just fucking dumb, boring.
Dropping
Vicious.
that German connection from earlier would be great, though. So,
Okay.
yes,
Okay.
yes.
Well, that weirdly enough, that is what I said to the US government.
And we're back.
Oh. Yeah, I quit. Like,
That's what I was trying to tell whoever owns that sports stadium.
So
If I knew the name of the
anyway-
company, this would be a lot funnier.
So anyway, so you were saying Keldrath to Batuv. You were saying earlier
Yes.
about perhaps getting a chance to leave the city.
Yes. We know it doesn't happen very often. We know it's usually because when it does happen, that you go into exile. But are there any that do get, as you suggested, a pass to wander in and out of the city, or is that just a dream of yours?
Roll persuasion.
Rolling persuasion.
Yeah.
If I can find the damn thing.
It's near perception.
I can't wait the next couple of weeks. I get my house back.
Yay.
Perception
Nope, I went
or persuasion.
persuasion. It's near perception.
Persuasion.
Yep. So he looks really reluctant, right? He looks a bit reluctant to speak on that. Maybe it's a wee bit awkward. You can't tell if that's like him not wanting to share what he knows, or if it's him like just not able to do what he wants to do, right? And he says, "Oh, I simply meant that I would, I'd enjoy the chance to use this culture that I've studied about the world, and I feel like reading about it only gets you as so far as what the author intended, rather than getting to immerse yourself in it. You know, a living, breathing city."
Yes. Yes, I understand. It was like myself being in the monastery. I travelled round about the local area and met other students and other masters, but living within the actual monastery was not living. It was sharing, but there was so much more to see.
There's a very relatable look on his face that looks a bit like, like somewhere like kind of gutted, a bit winded looking that way, where he's a bit like, he knows how it feels feeling a bit trapped, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, there is that bit look that kind of crawls over his face that he does his best to like hide it, but it's there. Like he definitely feels that, It's like the same old every day in the city. So yeah, and he says, yes, if depending on how the guests influence the leadership of Barris, perhaps maybe that once this threat to the world has gone, maybe we will be less defensive as a people. Hopefully maybe our gates will be open. But you can tell immediately he doesn't believe that's going to happen. Like, you can just tell through his tone. He looks a lot less excited now, though.
I'm not going to push things.
Yeah.
There's. I don't want to break this connection we've got here, so I'm going to leave it alone because, we know my mission. So at the present time,
Yeah.
So.
But it's a bit of an insight into this guy, right? Like, this guy's.
The conversation going the right way. Yeah.
And he'd probably jump at a chance to like leave if he could, but it would come with the weight of would he want to leave if he thought he couldn't get back, right? Because surely the point's to go away and then enrich the Baru with his travels rather than just himself.
Even if nobody else read it, he would want the knowledge locked away.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So, Yeah, it's a tricky place where he is. But yeah, anything either of you want to say to him before like he's get stuck into the project?
So
Because it's going to
maybe
involve some
just
dice
mention
rolls.
that
That's what is going to happen next. It's for the project.
if we have some time, well, just saying character. If we do have some time, I know this is bound to be fairly time consuming, but if we do have the time, it would be, of course, very interesting to see anything about, well, the history of your own people, Keldrath.
Indeed, yes. I know so little, apart from what I was shared amongst my family within the monastery. But yes, there is so much even for me to learn. Our origins and our links to the fey creatures. I'll leave it at that. I'm trying to be subtle.
Yeah. I think Batuve's just kind of like pulls himself a bit out of his little melancholy state there, and he goes, "Hopefully, we can find some answers that, if nothing else, at least give you some clarity in the paths you have walked, if not the ones you looked to." He kind of nods, as if trying to get himself excited again, right? Like he's,
Exactly. I've brought him down a little bit, try to lift us.
Yeah. But yeah, as you settle in to do this. Right, so the good thing is, Keldrath does have the researcher trait, which is going to help this process, right? Because being a scribe does have its perks,
It does.
Yep. You do have a good swath of languages between the three of you, and yeah, like we can see how this goes. So I'll let you choose. My gut is to say you'll need to be doing some insight checks throughout this process, because you're going to be trying to understand fundamentally what the intentions of words are, right? Like language and script. And I feel like insight's the closest we're getting to like a skill for this. If you have other ideas, let me know. But that makes the most sense to me because it's an interpretive skill.
Yes, it makes the most sense to me also.
As you look at your modifiers.
Strangely enough, I concur.
It's weird that the two wisdom primary characters, or at least close to wisdom primary characters, are here.
I'm looking at religion and things like that, but there's just nothing close to my insight. So, insight and history is what I would be looking at.
And even investigation is something that's been pawing at me there just to be thinking about. But I'm like, it's not really an investigation. You're not using what you know. You're trying to learn at the same time, right? You're trying to interpret literally. So because it's probably Tuve's ability to, use investigate for what you're asking him to find, and then his ability to convey to you your ability to. It's almost like him doing investigate then performance, and you doing insight on his performance is almost the chain. And obviously we'll up and down the difficulties based on the languages that overlap. So what would you like to know, I guess, is step one. What's the first thing you would like him to try and figure out? Because he's indicated the book that you're reading is about the fall of the Genasi.
Well, anything.
Basically? Just literally anything.
Because I know nothing about it, really, other than a vague idea that it probably happened, sometime around the time that the Baru were forced out of their homeland, sort of thing.
Yeah, yep. There was indication that there was similar timings between when the Baru migrated and
so
the Genasi.
We have a vague idea of a time scale.
Mm-hmm.
But other than that, nothing.
Okay.
So yeah, absolutely anything that could be given to us.
Yeah. Give me your insight rolls.
Sure. It's not the best, but it's all right.
Okay. Right. Obviously, we've got our
We're both
research.
7s for insight. Nice.
Yeah, it's almost like it was a perfect skill to ask you to roll. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So Vanguard, you're getting more of this, and it might be just purely down to the primordial connection.
Okay.
That is unlocking a bit more of this for you. And as I said, I think Keldrath, the reason why you're not picking up as much is maybe your script, you're writing some of this stuff down for your own notes, Maybe you're trying to, like, pick up, like, almost like a primer to help you translate as you're, like, scribbling down things with your ink tattoo for your own kind of notes. But I can give you a couple of things from this. So I'll start you off with the dragons wiped out the Genasi.
Okay, well that's a good start.
Yes.
Now my ears prick up because the Genasi wasn't really my thing, but the minute you've said that,
Yep.
my attention has just been piqued.
Yep. What else would you like to know? Any other, like, anything like from there, or yeah?
I think I'll let Kildrath take lead in that one. Because I'm imagining you'll probably get some questions.
Yes. We'll start with did the draconian people assist the dragons, or was it just the dragons on their own?
As far as like, as I said, imagine more time passes, right? When you ask these types of things, and he, like, pours through his crystals to actually get you these answers, montaging and such. In fact, the exact GIF. Since we've got, where are we here? This one. Imagine Alan is Betuve, I guess, since you've got all the floating text in front of you. Yeah, GIF forms. Yeah, so as he, like, studies a bit more, he informs you that when this happened, there were no Dragonborn.
And was this a war, or was this territorial? Was it what?
I would be very interested also in why he came into conflict.
Okay.
Or was it so one-sided it can't be called a conflict, considering the power of the dragons at that time?
So, to kind of give you some scope there, you find out again sometime later, as he's, like, going through his research material. It was swift. However, that was why the Baru moved, because of how powerful the Genasi were, and the dragons took them out very easily. So the Baru went, let's just move away from that, shall we?
And the reason behind the conflict?
Yep, so 2 seconds. So my own notes, so I don't forget what I'm actually sharing. The only thing the Baru have records of that hints any connection between the Genasi and the dragons is the Genasi made the dragons.
Made them?
But we have nods to confirm, yes.
What exactly did he mean by made them? Literally created them through...
Batuv, like, looks a bit apologetic in that. He goes, unfortunately, the information from then isn't as detailed as we'd like, given the migration.
Oh, of course, and
We from my little knowledge and from what Vanguard has said, the Genasi were they gods?
Batuv kind of, like, shakes his head and he goes, I think that would depend on your definition of a god. Were they worshipped? Yes. Were they all powerful? Who can say? It is doubtful, and I would imagine no, if these dragons killed them.
but of course, there is a bit of a difference. All powerful and godlike. we think of them very much as a civilization rather than how we would think of our gods, although we obviously do see them as, in some way, we often see them as closer to the divine, more original, even.
Like when you clear that up, like language-wise, like Batu follows you a lot better. You can tell in his face, like when you say like more original, makes more sense to him. Yeah.
If it were the case that they made the dragons, what then made the Genasi? Did they simply arise from something else, or
He kind of sits back and exhales a bit at that, and he goes, "That might even significantly predate Baru culture."
well,
And he kind of like he goes to say something and he stops himself. Then he obviously clearly thinks better of it and says it anyway, right? Like almost like he was about to say something that he would have regretted or whatever. He says, "The Baru are, well, I would say we were the next most advanced species. You see." He kind of like does that awkward, sheepish type thing of, no offense, you know.
Vanguard touched on the human race's belief that they were created from sand.
well, they don't all believe that, but
No.
some of their myths
Yeah,
that comes up.
Yes, their myths and their teachings. The ability to create a new race. It's astounding, the power. Do we know how it was achieved?
And like he looks through the crystals and switches the facing a couple of times to like pour through the symbols. And he kind of sits back and shakes his head and says, "Nothing is particularly clear about that, unfortunately. Simply that the Genasi combined their efforts."
They combined their powers to create a creature that ultimately destroyed them.
And like Batu just sounds quite sad. He goes, "Yes, quite unfortunate." Like just as if that sucks, you know, that kind of vibe.
Elemental beings.
And you couldn't deny that the dragons are incredibly powerful elemental beings.
Indeed, that's exactly what I'm thinking there. Dragons also do seem to have been beings of the elements.
Kind of nods.
I wonder if that's how they were able to create them, if there's... Perhaps it's not a process akin to creating a new flesh and blood creature, that the dragons may have been...
Kind of nods and he says, "Well, energy propagates energy if used correctly and is manipulated properly." He kind of just nods. Something somewhat akin to your magic feeding itself.
This is precisely what I'm thinking of. I'm sorry to lean so heavily on the magic thing, but it's
It does a hand gesture that means obviously, like, you know, don't
more
apologise.
within my frame of reference, but magic is often linked with the dragons. Dragons are seen as powerful sources of magic sometimes, or sometimes as even being thought of as truly magical beings. That, if the records, what the records indicate is true, that might indeed be the case. The dragons might explain why they're so formidable.
Kind of
But
nods.
they are.
And if indeed what your people are potential derivatives of this source, it would explain why you're able to utilize something so similar.
Yeah, there's a logic there, isn't there?
There's also just a really nice, like, poetic thing of you're playing a dwarf with druid powers
Yeah,
of the earth.
yeah,
Yeah, like,
very earthy.
mhm.
Druid and grave.
Yep, yeah,
Um,
exactly, yep.
okay. This is very Keldrath, what did you make of all this?
Mind blown.
I am stunned. Yeah, ultimately, I mean, I am. I know that the Dragonborn are I suppose a relatively new species, a new culture.
As you say that,
And
he gets up, he's still clearly listening to you, but he gets up and
we-
goes to like another
we,
shelf and gets like some crystals out and brings them over as well while you're talking.
And I'll follow him, but again, and totally astounded at the power it would take to create dragons in this way. More so that the draconian links to the dragons, we were ultimately created by the Genasi.
I like,
Am I following the right logic here?
but Tooth kind of looks at it and he says, I hope to potentially clarify this. And he sits down and he takes out the Genasi crystals and puts them back in their box and sits on the side and opens up this other case, this nice little ornate wooden box, and pulls out the crystals from that, sits them in, and you can see him cycling through the pages of that. And then he says, yes, here. And then he starts mumbling about what piece of language obviously translates to for you guys. And then it says here that the dragons, in an attempt to repeat what their creators had done, they indeed became creators themselves. It doesn't say what though, but and he gestures to you. There were no records of Dragonborn before this, and simply the translation of Dragonborn. Or
But
from
this doesn't
Dragon.
explicitly say that the race forged by the dragons or born from the dragons were what we now know as the Dragonborn Keldrath
And he nods. Yeah.
What is the earliest reference that is clearly, explicitly referencing Keldrath's people?
And he sits back and says,
unambiguously.
we have little records of that. We were in isolation then. It kind of just gives you like a sad face,
And-
you know?
And your isolation, as we discussed previously, came from the war between the Genasi and the dragons. And that was how many years ago?
And he says some in-universe term that means a long time ago. Yes. Which would outdate all of your memories. No one's been alive
And
that
all of
long.
and all of our cultures.
We're talking like close to like 1,000 years ago, right? Like it was a long time ago.
Still, the Dragonborn then. Less than 1,000 years, say. Let's say 1,000 years, say. Of history. That's very new people indeed. It's strange then to think so much of your history would be lost.
Simply not recorded here. In
It's-
gestures.
And from myself, I've not spent much time on the Dragon Isle, so to be able to say it's lost, I'm just curious. It's just my own curiosity.
Yeah, because I think for Colin's benefit, like it's just that Kellyrath doesn't know a lot about his people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
it's to be fair, I think it makes sense for me to be a little bit ignorant
Mhm.
of them.
Oh yeah.
If you are well, if your people do have a strong inkling of their origins, it's strange for me that knowledge doesn't seem to have spread out further. I know that
I
they're
think
not
Batuve
always
does.
the most involved in world events.
Batuve clearly sort of goes, I imagine if the dragons had such a fearsome reputation, nothing created by them would necessarily be welcomed. Just a thought, of course, again. Many theories by scholars who have nothing to do but theorycraft. This is the popular theory amongst us, is that your kind, Keldrath, were perhaps as isolationist as we were, out of fear of persecution by association to the dragons.
And yet everyone, well, virtually everyone, could be mistaken. There may be other terms for them, but I've not known anyone to call you anything but Dragonborn or some equivalent. I mean, that's what we know you as. That's what the common tongue knows you as.
Keldrath might know this, you can decide if you want them to know this or not, but he's come from a land quite commonly known as the Dragon's Eye. So that's maybe why you're Dragonborn, you're from there, right? That's maybe why you're known as that, but it also might not be, right? That's up to you how much you want to have Keldrath know of that.
I knew we came from the Dragon Isle, so it does make the Dragon Eye, so it does kind of make sense, but to actually now know that my race was not from Dragon, but created by Dragon, is kind of astounding.
Well, keep in mind the Baru aren't really sure. It's purely just what their records say here. Like obviously, like you know, the dragons had a hand in it in some fashion. So
perhaps the creation of you as a mortal race was a deliberate desire to avoid the same process happening to them. They created you as something more akin to our own kind, or to men or elves, because they'd seen the mistake of their own creators and learned from it. When they made new life, they made new life that, well, no offense,
Nice.
I don't mean this as any sort of denigration, but had to work within certain limits.
also, I assume 1,000 years is a couple of 1,000 years. It makes more sense if it's further back, considering the Baru themselves live 500 odd years.
Yeah, and I can probably live almost that long.
Yeah, I think dwarves live about 500 as well. So yeah.
Imagine I said something,
Yes.
Large amount of time.
Couple of thousand.
The timeline is very clear. It's all right. We've got Marvel on it.
Yeah.
So yeah. I think the point still stands. They're clearly a very young race.
Yeah, still.
No,
yeah.
definitely.
Yep.
And
remember, the dragons only disappeared about 50 years ago. I say disappeared. Were killed.
killed. Yeah.
Disappeared was super optimistic there.
Perhaps this may have some bearing on how the dragons were able to be destroyed, despite their enormous power. It hadn't occurred to me, but I always thought of them as creatures with magic. If you see what I mean, not creatures truly of magic. But they say there are certain orders who have learned techniques to render themselves completely impervious to certain types of magic. That there are people who, through invoking certain rights can protect themselves from all harm by fiends, say. Now, if a dragon isn't just a massive beast with magic, because after all, I've not heard of anyone capable of protecting themselves completely from harm by animals, other than simply having very good armor or keeping distant. There's a possibility that, well, a powerful wizard, sorcerer, whatever he might be, warlock, perhaps. I mean, I don't know how much these terms mean to you, Bituv. There are some very specific ways people use them. They are often interchangeable, but when
He
it
can like
uses
nods in a,
here,
like a vaguely like he gets the gist. Like he can tell he doesn't understand like the ins and outs of it, but he gets the gist.
there's different approaches to magic: scholarly, innate, stolen or borrowed, based in faith, based in learning, etc., etc. And sometimes it's a whole mix. But whatever the case, the individual said to be responsible for ending the dragons, he's clearly a powerful magic user.
And Batuv gives you like a funny look. He goes, "You know the individual, sorry, you say."
He's one Richter von Rune.
And like Batuv does like a not like a flinch at that. He says, "Yes, he is. He's the one who stole from this library."
He stole from you. He came here.
And Batuv says, "He is an enemy to the Baru." And then we end the session there.
Woo!
We do obviously quick.
Write that down. Write that down.
I'll write it down.
While the credits come up, we've got Fleabite making his way down, the cliff with the dragon, getting into the empty room probably, while you're away at the library. So, make a note, Alexander, that when we come back, you'll be in the room with the dragon yourself. But yeah, it was a good place to end there on that particular note. Yes. It's probably good he's mentioned him after he's got loads of info.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just thinking that.
I deliberately avoided his name just in case earlier.
Oh my god!
It's why I asked certain questions earlier with like Batuv when you were talking about obviously Evershade and the library and the family tree. Because I'm like, oh, if Thanger mentions Vonrin here, that might go badly. So you did well to not. Right, what would you like to call this session?
Earlier.
Operation Paper Elephant.
No, stop it.
Okay.
Was the elephant in the room?
That's always an option, yeah. The Richter von Rune Center.
Dargons, apparently.
Dargons, yeah.
Let me go fix that. It sounds like a Doctor Who villain. There we go.
Dargon and Jalad.
Yes. Yeah, the dragon's tail ain't bad. I like it. Gets your tip.
It would probably work in a lot of sessions that we may have or have in the future, but
yeah. Any other suggestions? So we had Fleabite's How to Train Your Dragon moments.
That would work.
Yeah, we've had
yeah.
We've had
How not to train your dragon.
Yeah.
We wouldn't want them for copyright.
I can make that even uglier. Hold on.
Hound to Train Your Dragon. Yeah? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, Year Dragon might have been better there.
You dragon.
Yep. What else do we have? So
I know a guy. He'll
I'd-
train your dragon
obviously
for $50.
the descent. Then you got to the library. You ran up some walls in the library. The stone seemed to have no magic in it.
I know kung fu.
Yeah. And then some good lore chat with Batuf, to be fair, as well. So, yeah. How about this as a suggestion? Which I think works for all the scenes. Lost in translation, since you spent loads of time translating, montage-wise, and also everything Fleabite tried to indicate to his dragon pet may or may not have been lost. Not everything.
Lost in translation does actually work. It's also a film I haven't seen, but probably should have.
Yeah, I like it. I thought the movie was really fun.
I did just check because I thought we'd had that before, but we haven't.
Yeah, like it weirdly rang bells in my head as well. Like, is that something we've used before? But no. Or a mage, apparently. A wizard. Also, I like your Batuf Giles. Yeah. The Watcher. The Observer, sorry. Not a watcher. He's not a watcher. He's an observer. The Watchers are something else in every shoot.
Yeah, Watchers are coffee. No, yeah, they're a different thing. They live in sewers. So a lot like Rupert Giles, really.
Yeah. Okay. Any other suggestions and or votes?
I'm gonna probably crown this one winner, but I'm also going to give myself a petty vote.
Okay.
And actually, Dragon's Tale is quite good.
Okay. Perfect.
I like Dargon's better though.
Yeah, to be fair, Dargon's one, but I did ruin my own suggestion by spelling it correctly. Lost in Translation is our winner then. Let's pop
Works
that
for
in.
me.
Yeah. Let's pop it in. There we go. Yeah. Right. So goals. Let's have a look at those things.
Always believe in your.
Have we freed the Baru from the Illithid?
Not as
Nope.
such.
Okay. Have we ascertained the relationship between the Illithid and the Baru leadership?
No.
It was briefly mentioned. Very briefly by Batuf.
We're making ground. We may have reversed hard across the ground, but yeah, we've made some ground.
So have we stopped the death? Why is this still here? Why is this
probably definitely happened. Probably, maybe, if definitely could have happened.
Have we defeated Menglod?
We'll get to it.
You secured a safe exit from the mountain.
Fleabite might have.
Fleabite might have, yeah.
Yeah. We're kind of working on that, right? Like, you know, you might be using Sufim for that one. Yeah.
That's where my question's leading.
Right. Okay. Yep.
I need him to go and bring Sufim to us.
Yeah. I would say, should we reword, or is it accepted that it's Barris, not Mountain?
Yeah, you can reword it to Barris if you want. Because the mountain is Mount
Yeah.
Barris. But the city of Barris, yeah. Would you rather word it Baru to be more specific of pursuit? Or. Yeah.
No, I'm sure it will be pursued by the Baru for a long time.
It's Barras, not Barris, if you can correct us for me. It's a tiny point, but you know. Thank you. Alright. Right. Personal goals. Fleabite, have you fully learned how to care for your dragon?
No, I have learned things that's not good for
Yes.
it. So that's
It doesn't
that's
like
step
just
one.
glugging down water. Yep, definitely good. It's ongoing.
Step one. Don't
That's it.
give your dragon crack.
It's definitely something you want to maybe refine as you learn more, right? I mean, the goal.
Yeah.
So we know it's got a better qualifier. Fanger.
I have learned the reasons for the fall of Genasi.
And the reasons
Or at
why
least
your
some of
throat is
them.
sore tomorrow, yeah.
Yeah, I have learned that the dragons are the reason for the fall of Genasi. What the dragons' reasons for being the fall of the Genasi were are unclear.
Is that your next goal?
Yes. Learn the reasons for the dragon's decision to be the form. No, my next goal I haven't determined yet.
Okay, what
but
you move
I
that
think
across?
it might
Yeah,
be.
because that's a goal.
Yep.
Yeah, you've done that.
Easy going. But it might be something pertaining to this, or it might be something pertaining to maybe even Rune.
Okay, yeah.
Like if anyone has obviously an idea, I am open to ideas.
Isn't it good you didn't say Cynthia's last name?
I mean, I wanted to avoid talking about her as much as possible because it's just it's an awkward subject. Like she's is she a ghost? Probably. I don't know.
I do love the fact
Well,
that it's like
she isn't in anything now. As far as I can
yeah.
tell.
I love the
We
so.
kind of not. Sorry. I
On you go.
was going to say, did we kind of not touch on that with one of the last conversations that she had
Levi?
sold herself to? Yeah, with Flea.
Yeah,
Well, okay.
Fleabite knows.
Yeah, Fleabite will be in. We'll know, but we won't.
Well,
yet.
he sort
Okay.
of knows. Like even then, it was vague.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, it was kind of like our
Mm.
story of like how tragic everything kind of like slowly followed on from each other. Like
They're orange.
she like made a deal to get a kid, with the dragons, which
Yeah.
by the way, do anybody notice a connection there at all with her story and what you have just learned about what the dragons did with like potentially?
Absolutely none.
Okay, cool. Good to know.
Sorry,
that's okay. But yeah,
I'm
like,
assuming there was some reason why she didn't just go out and bang some dude.
so the idea that they made a kid already,
Yeah, they've made life before.
so there's a a thing.
But the or patricide sort of aspect as well.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep. And then you've got it's like again very mirrored, right?
I thought the prophecy was the father shall kill the son.
Well, yeah, I didn't want to get sued, so
Okay,
you flip it,
that's fair.
Lost in translation or something, But yeah, so you've got that. She obviously, in that process, didn't realize like whatever the deal was going to end up binding the dragons, against harming said child, and then she got killed. Von Rune blamed dragons for that, quite specifically, wiped them out, like their inability to defend themselves, downfall, blah blah blah. Here we are. She obviously felt guilty about that in some weird after death form.
And it's interesting that obviously, as sort of I speculated in it, like there doesn't seem to be the same relationship between Dragonborn and Dragon as there was between Dragon and Baru, but the Baru, not Baru, Genasi, the Genasi do seem to have been very swiftly wiped out despite being an enormously powerful civilization. That sort of suggests they were completely unable to defend themselves, right?
Kind of does, right? Mm-hmm.
But
that's I think what Alex was kind of pointing out with
it doesn't seem like that relationship. Yeah, and as sort of I was saying, it doesn't seem that relationship carried on with the Dragonborn, and yet it did seem to carry on with Von Rune. So, what was the difference there?
Yeah. Like,
Was it because they made one specific individual that made it them unable to refine the process the way that they had with an entire people or something?
Yeah,
it's interesting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like there's a bit of nuance there to suss out. It's good. But yeah, like as to what Cynthia was, or could be, like that's vague as hell, and that's how she liked it, quite frankly. Because remember, even her son didn't seem to be aware she was still around.
No, he seemed quite insistent that she wasn't.
Yeah, and that's we have a lot of evidence to the contrary, quite frankly. So yeah, it's definitely interesting. Right, any thoughts on what you'd like your new goal to be, Wenger? Because we're looking for that. Because I know that, Keldrath, we have not yet arranged a meeting with the Baru resistance leadership. We know that much. Unless somehow it was Baru, like in Batuv.
Well, do you decide on that one? No, maybe we have.
It was a coded conversation that we were having. Background. No, I am not sure what to put there. I feel like I should do something relating to Von Rune.
Any thoughts from the gallery, as it were? Other players got any opinions of what his goal
sort
could
of
be?
ascertaining what the problem was might be a bit too direct, because that might be
Yeah,
some
it's like
question now
a
I've
conversation.
asked.
Mm-hmm.
But is there something that I can then do that would be more effortful and significant related to the question of?
Because you know, like, you kind of know what they said so far, right? Like, he stole from this library, right?
Yeah.
So you've kind of got like
That could be a good one. Return what he stole.
yeah.
Simple. But that's down the hill to come up the hill to down the hill to go.
Mm-hmm. Hey, if Fleabite
Yeah.
gets his job done, you know, maybe that could be flying down the hill, flying up the hill, right? So,
Yeah, I'm not at all sure what to.
Well, if it was related to Von Rune, what would be the outcome you'd want?
I'm not actually certain what outcome I would want. I think I would just be interested in learning a bit more and sort of seeing if we navigate this particular little bump.
Because you know as players, you have immediately not done what Von Rune wants.
Oh yeah. Admittedly, I think we were all leaning quite heavily in that direction. Anyway,
I just mean from
so
our forward planning as players, you know Von Rune is likely to not be an ally.
Yeah.
It's less likely you can count on him as an ally if he ever gets made aware that, you know. But he was smart enough to to learn the brew had the egg in the first place. So it's probably not just been that library he's been in, right?
Yeah, but why didn't he destroy it?
Mm.
Maybe he couldn't destroy it in its egg form?
Yeah. Maybe this egg, like him, maybe there was some connection, like residual thing there. Who knows? Who knows?
It's a fresh attempt. It's also a one-off. It's...
Yeah, it's interesting, right? So, and why Cynthia was so adamant she was happy to give her life for this one, right? Or what life, you get what I mean?
Of course, Vanger doesn't know anything about it.
Yeah, I just mean, but as players, you can obviously construct this stuff, right? So yeah, it's an interesting one to dissect that, but it's something to consider, because obviously if you think you can get something about Von Rune that might aid your ultimate, perhaps, issues you'll face with Von Rune, it's maybe not a bad idea, if you think that's something you can...
Yeah, I mean, if we could ease the relationship between them, it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world, maybe, in terms of, like, keeping in his relatively good graces.
I don't know how you would do that, but I'm eager to
I
hear
have no
ideas.
idea.
Yeah. A gift, this Fleabite. Yeah. Don't know. Anybody else got any ideas regarding what Vanger could have as a goal? No is also a
No.
bad answer. Yeah, thank you.
No.
Alexander, any ideas?
You
don't have to be good, remember. You just have to.
Well, I was the idea that was going right through my head was like, well, if Von Rune was able to steal something from the library,
of course it was.
Okay, imagine that your character isn't a thief.
But what if they have a book you really want?
Well, that would be illegal, sir.
That brings us back to, I suppose, what did he steal again?
Yeah, it is. It is pretty
If he
significant.
stole something at the library, yeah, it's...
Does Fleabite have any idea?
Fleabite has an idea.
You sharing with the class,
Fleabite
or?
has some backstory. The rest of us isn't.
Yeah.
I think that's an episode for next week when we're back in the same room.
You're hopeful. You're really hopeful.
Yeah, I
Fleabite
know.
will
I
be in
know.
the same
I know.
room. I'll leave that up to Xylander if he wants to actually share the insight, because he might not be right, of course.
Yeah, that is. I figure it's got to be something to do with his library, and he has a very specific Wikipedia version of the library where you can do everything from a single book. So I presume he stole something to either facilitate that or just stole that.
Yeah,
But,
because it does seem then that their tech is more limited than his, which is odd.
But
If he can pull anything up in a single book, because they have to use specific crystals that correspond to specific books, right?
Mm-hmm.
Whereas he seems to, if that's correct, I'm trusting Fleabite, it's not lying to me,
Yeah.
that he is able to sort of Wolfram and Hart it, if I can lean into my
If he's
well-established gimmick.
keep in mind, we know that Von Rune is a very capable like engineer, it seems, and wizard, right? So
He can perhaps have stolen just one of their books and improved in its design.
yeah, because if you've only got one, right, if you could only get away with one, perhaps that's all you had to work with, right? So you'd make that the best you've got.
Be curious to know which specific book he stole then.
Mm.
Because like if he was doing it for tech purposes, it might not matter, so it might not be significant. But I have to imagine he would choose it carefully nonetheless.
Yeah. Unless, again, maybe it was a smash and grab, right? Get whatever you can and bolt. Who knows?
He doesn't seem like a smash and grab kind of guy.
Not now that he's got a cool rep. This is like his youth days, you know, where he was dared to climb the wall into Barris. But yeah, it's interesting. Even the fact that, like, to have seemed to imply that he had been allowed in, though, right? Not necessarily that he'd broke in.
Yeah, when he knew who he was, he said he stole from our library, not he attacked us. You raided our library from the skies, it wasn't.
So, like, and we know as well from, like, Batuv's, like, where we shared to the group, the Baru consider themselves more advanced than the other races, just not the Genasi, right? They understood the Genasi were advanced to them. But they now consider themselves the most advanced race. So it would need to have been somebody impressive enough, right, that they felt would have warranted access to their city, right? So there is that as well. And he has like an airship. That also.
Well, I don't know. I as again, like obviously it's too easy to just put in ascertain what he stole. So I'm not quite sure.
Yeah, and like the one like Heldrath had suggested was that return what you stole is quite lofty, right? It's not impossible, definitely not, but
it's certainly a longer term goal.
Yeah, but yeah, it's definitely something you could do if you wanted, unless there was something else you wanted to kind of learn from the library. But I think you've kind of guessed it. If you've got Batuv on your side enough, or had him on your side enough, to kind of like sit and work through some information, you might not be as like. If he learns the connections of everything you've said, Vanguard, the idea that you owe Vonrin your life, if he makes that connection, which he might not.
Yeah.
And there's not exactly an explicit path to that connection. Yeah, then he might be a lot more guarded, as if did Vonrin just send you guys to get in, right? So.
Yeah, but it should be not an unreasonable thing.
He literally did, though. Like Vonrin did actually send.
I mean, not me.
Yeah. But like. In the grander
as far as I'm concerned, God sent me.
Yeah, okay. that is true though. Like for Vanguard.
No, that genuinely is what Vanguard thinks, just so we're clear.
Yeah, it is. So yeah. If there's no other thoughts on goals, does anyone want to change any existing goals that are here? The ones that are written?
Can we change it to mourn the deaths that Cynthia predicted?
From a distance.
Yeah. From an airship, if possible. No. I do think we should ditch that one because I think that boat has absolutely sailed, but it's just been sort of left there because we didn't.
Yeah, you don't have something to put in. I think maybe just even having, maybe if I just hit delete and then leave it blank, you maybe know that there's a blank space to specifically fill. Anything from the pile you want to put in, like because there is that ideas pile.
I put that. I put mine into the wrong column. I just realised.
Yeah, move it across from if you can. Just pop it underneath there. Yeah, you've just deleted one. Undo.
Oh, so I have.
Yep. Okay.
Sorry.
It's okay. I'm just glad I caught that. So ideas pile. Any of these?
I mean, I could always actually think about it. Mm-hmm. Stick that in temporarily at least.
Yeah, I think it's a good one. Yeah, pop that in. I get some kind of cool crystally techie staff, right? Who knows? Some kind of Baru staff. And as I've said before, from like the full game agency point of view, there was a druid that took a branch from a tree from Barris.
Yeah.
Like,
I think that was something we discussed before, and I kind of liked the idea of leaning into that.
Yeah. So that is a thing as well. Yeah. It's a bit wider scope, but if you're looking to try and get to Safim, there's loads of scope for that, right? So.
Also, a group quest goal could be related to Safim because that's something that naturally we'll all be sort of concerned with.
Meet with Safim?
Makes sense.
Is that good enough?
Yeah, I don't see any problem with that.
And to get anything, do you want to change to that or add to that?
Yeah,
Or
nothing better.
I think it's simple enough, right?
Well, it certainly is a
I
good
like
way to-
I like it, but I'm kind of leaning towards Safim as being the part of the resistance. So would that not tie in too closely to mine?
I mean, getting there and then
If
arranging
that's
with
what
the
I'm
Baru resistance leadership. Remember, I did tell you the assumption is there is a resistance. Remember?
And I'm in my mind assuming it's Safim.
Okay. Yep. No, which again, like obviously my hands are tied as how much I can say to you here about this, but if there is,
Okay, meet with Safim is a good one.
yeah, I was like, yeah, go with that for now. I did suggest it.
Yeah.
Mhm. It's not unreasonable to ask these questions though. It is good to check in with this stuff because again the goals aren't in a super elegant process. I'll fix that. Okay. Any other goal
I
chats?
disagree, but sure.
You can disagree if you want, yeah. No other goal chat? It's okay. Caldrath, any other goal chat?
The only thing,
No, go for it, yeah.
the one that we just removed,
Mhm.
could we just maybe change that to find out if we prevented the deaths? But never mind, it's okay.
I will tell you now
Because,
that you
as I
have
said-
done nothing towards the death Cynthia predicted so far.
Sure.
I will tell you that for free. But you don't get XP by me telling you
Okay.
that, sadly.
No, I've always got in the back of my mind that we did try to persuade them that there was a greater enemy, and whether that took hold in any way. The only way
Yeah,
we're going to know that
is to go back and ascertain the new lay of the land, yeah.
Yeah.
And that would involve going
So-
back, chatting with Mengelod, etc. He's left on good enough terms, though, right? With Mengelod's clan, if you will. But it doesn't necessarily mean to say anything around that is good.
No, exactly. I know.
That's the return trip, Keldreth. That's so
Yeah,
far
exactly.
away.
I'll think about that one later.
You've got a whole city to wreck before you get down there. So yeah. Okay, but keep thinking about it. If you have anything, just obviously message me at some point and let me know if you do develop any more ideas. Alexander, anything else you want to change?
No, I'm happy with as is.
Okay. That means everybody gets a goal's worth of XP, right? So
Yay.
is that another 900? 900?
Should be.
26400. 56400.
What is our new final number?
Nice. 56,400.
Yeah, 56. 400. Not bad. And yeah. As for that, wrap up chat time then. Why don't you start us off, Keldreth?
Things are getting messy. In a big way. We've got so many enemies in this world, and I've only been with the group 6 weeks. Or whatever. You know, I mean, it's...
That's such a great summary. Things are so messy.
I mean, we've got so many wars to fight between the three of us that this dragon might better go into something really, really massively powerful, or we're in deep trouble. Just the way things are leading, it's
Yeah, that's fair.
even the conversation we're having just now. If we say something wrong about Von Brunn, we're not going to enamor the Baru very much.
Mm-hmm.
Then we've got Tenth and his offer and what we actually think we have to do. And then we're going to be fighting for the next 6 years.
Fair. Mm-hmm. Never mind angering Von Rune by keeping a dragon alive. Yeah.
I mean, all the other. I mean, okay, I'm still a bit behind in all the
You also came in just at the
what went
tail
on
end
before I
of, like,
joined.
a cult that were possibly angered at the fact that their chosen one was, like, ran away. Yeah. And also the invaders. The
Yeah.
Gith.
And that wedding we stopped.
And the wedding with that note. Yep.
That's probably the most dangerous ones of all of them.
It's okay.
Dumped her at the wedding.
It's okay. Vanguard set the illicits on them. It's fine.
So yeah, it's
It didn't. Yeah.
Yeah, so you're not wrong. Like, it is like you're at, like, one might say, like, a peak, of the story. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It's like we've gone again. I have joined who I thought were a group of peacekeepers here to.
You look at Fleabait and you immediately think peacekeeper, don't you?
Yeah, but he's
you know what I mean? It's the UN peacekeeper in Rwanda.
We've got the peacekeeper.
What we're doing is making things worse.
And the rat monster.
There's the peacekeeper and the pieces keeper. Yes.
A monk, a priest, and
Fleabait.
A monk, a priest, and a rat walk into an elephant city. He says to the bat, that hurts. It actually is unpleasant to do that, so I'm going to stop for now until I get tempted again.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a mention of Von Brunn there just set my head off on one that this is so messed up that how are we still living?
Man, you should see the Monday game. What a fucking mess.
No idea what you're referring. Bastion of order amongst the chaos.
So
personally, I think that covers it.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I'm happy with that. Yeah.
I have much more to say than. Bringing this one to conclusion, Ryan. I don't know if you worked out.
I hope you. No, don't be daft. I know this is worked out. I hope you enjoyed the library stuff though that you learned, because there was a bit of a lore dump there for you, obviously, a bit pertinent to maybe your character.
Definitely.
Yeah.
But on the back of my mind, I'm sitting there thinking, what do the Dragonborn believe? And if I take back to them that we were created by dragons, is that just going to blow their minds the way it's blowing my mind? I don't know where that
where that
belief
sits.
system there goes. Yeah.
But good. I mean, maybe you want to get back to the Dragon Isle and actually, like, confront some people there, see what happens. Yeah. Good.
The first thing in my mind would be they either already know this, or it's going to be prove it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's fair assumptions. Yeah.
So we're taking Abaru with us.
Yeah. Batuv, get in the bag.
Yeah.
There's also a dragon in there. Please don't ask questions till we're outside.
If you reach the dragon, you've gone too far.
Yeah. If you find 3 eggs, let Fleabait know.
Are they not hatched yet?
Who knows what's happened to them? None of us actually do, apparently, so they're gone.
No.
There's probably a goblin in there somewhere eating them. Like,
The hand came back to life with Menglod.
I mean, who knows at this stage? The bag's so full of unknown crap. Like, but yes, no, I'm glad you're having fun. Even if that fun is translating into anxiety.
That's all good. That's
good,
it. I mean,
good.
this is that. I think that covered it.
Good.
Yeah.
Also, imagine though, like, remember we've spoken about maybe adding some people to the roster. Can you imagine their joy coming and going, so how many people are we annoyed at? Like, they just have to start there. It's like, build warriors with lots of health, please.
Yes, please.
Oh, so yeah.
And healing, and healing, and more healing.
Fleabait?
Yeah. That a lot of notes had to be taken there.
Okay. Yeah.
'Cause I always like hearing just stuff about the Genasi.
Yeah.
And even though Fleabite didn't hear it, I feel like in the highly unlikely event that we ever got a dare back, it would be like Fleabite able to tell him more about his people.
Which is cool, yeah.
And then Fleabite wouldn't, just because that would be kind of funny.
Yeah, you bet that as information, you know? You give Fleabite copper and I'll give you some information.
You receive, I receive. Yeah. So that's down there. I do like that even with half speeded, can still reach 45 feet.
Yeah, it's
distance.
pretty impressive. Again, like we know Fleabite's mobile. It's very well built for that. Yep. Did very well considering how like buggered up he got by that event, shall we say. Done very well.
Yeah. We'll see how much further he can last.
Yeah. Well, at least you know you've got a wee spoiler of getting at least back to the room, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, did not die on that trip. Like,
yeah.
That climb.
I just like the fact that the dragon climbed with you rather than flew.
Well, yeah.
Yeah. It's good.
I did see that, unfortunately, it seems that, well, I guess it's up to you and or Keldrath that Dragonborn don't typically have tails, actually.
Yeah. I don't know, there's a bunch of feats that change how they work. Because people obviously complain about how like they weren't as dragony as some people wanted them to be. So like one of the books came out with loads of feats for them, like alternative like starting origins for them and shit. Because I think one of them can get wings.
Yeah.
So yeah, like they were quite.
Yeah.
I think they came out as here's the Dragonborn as people know them, which were basically just lizardy people, but called Dragonborn. And then people went, but why aren't they more dragony? Wizards were like, well, here's more dragony options for them. So yeah.
That's good. That way we can shun Vanger as the mutant without a tail. And yeah, like looking after a much larger dragon while severely weakened and with no food in my bag, I was so annoyed.
Yeah, I know, it's so rare for you to not have something to feed it. Except a horse, maybe.
Yeah, tempting.
That was funny.
And yeah, I'm really trying to remember. I'm sure there was a time that we like met up with someone foresty, maybe one of the guardians, and it was something like all items of nature or something were taken. But I feel like I would have taken them out of my inventory.
All items of nature were taken?
There was something like that. It was something like nature or of the forest weren't coming back.
Okay.
But
yeah. That doesn't ring any bells. The only thing I can think of is when Churro took his stuff back. It's the only thing I remember when he took his books back.
Yeah.
But besides that, I don't have anything immediately coming back. It's not to say, as I mentioned, headaches, but like it's not to say it's not going to come back eventually. But have a think about that. If it does come up, let me know. We can try and suss something out, whatever that means. We'll try and translate that into our notes because it is session 77. It's not like it's a young game.
Also, I was curious, and maybe this is just something that we'll have to see when it happens, that the relationship of having minus spell slots, if you get them back on a short rest, would they or come back on a long rest, or does it have to be?
Yeah, it'll be interesting to find out, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And just Fleabite's gonna have to go for sleep for about a week now.
Yeah.
It's always, the sessions that when we had exhaustion before, it was like one day was 3 or 4 sessions.
Mm-hmm.
And then weeks of in-game time would go by in like a single session.
Yep.
No, that would be the time that we're exhausted.
Sometimes you get lucky in games, not this game, but sometimes that you do get lucky. We go, okay, good, we're montaging the weeks away, so we're no longer exhausted. Yay! But we'll see. We'll see how this goes. Depends how long they spend in the library reading, right? If Fleabite's just left to his own devices training a dragon. As I said, I think it was I was at Natalie's for the weekend, and we were laughing how perhaps this is where the lore starts for why dragons are known as hoarders, because of what Fleabite imparts to this dragon.
Yes, I am looking forward to trying to connect with him again, just to see what his mind, or its mind, is like.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting.
And I realised, basically, when we were finished, that Fleabite had seen the dragon in the light, but didn't make a question about the teeth.
Yeah, no, I never even thought of that either. So I guess we'll save that for next time. It's more dramatic. Yeah, I didn't even think of that either. So yeah, I was too busy thinking, was the dragon just kind of looking around because of big open spaces new to it? Like, so yeah, that's good.
Yeah, so looking forward to that.
Yeah, no, good. It was quite fun to see Fleabite like, oh, I need to teach it things that don't eat Fleabite. Yep. The more I learn, make yourself invaluable to him. Yep. First thing you do, nearly choke the thing with water. It's like, okay, I'm learning, it's fine, we'll try something else. Healing potion, precious commodities. That was good. And the very stereotypical Fleabite thing of, well, I just drained this what's left? Glug. Oh, yeah. Perfectly Fleabite. It's good. Anything else, bud?
Nope, just looking forward to next time.
Good. And Vanger. He may or may not. Oh, he's muted. Yeah.
Apologies, sorry.
Okay. That's okay.
I am not muted now.
Excellent.
Yeah, sorry. That was a bit of an info dump one, but that's good. There is time when info dump is needed, and we got some interesting and significant stuff for. Well, obviously we got my goal.
Yeah.
Relating to the Genasi, but also some stuff regarding the dragons and the Dragonborn, which is obviously of interest to us because of the sort of significance of the dragon in our quest, but also because Eldrath's Dragonborn ancestry.
Yep.
And because maybe it gives us a little bit more info in the background of the Baru by proxy as well. What else was happening at that time, and what seemingly drove the Baru away, also the dragon sort of thing. So yeah, a bit of an info dump, but very, very a useful one and a long awaited one. And obviously we got those first few steps of the dragon into this world, and Fleabite's sort of faltering attempts to guide it, which is quite endearing. What else? Yeah, so I enjoyed getting some of that information sort of that we've waited for a while.
Yeah, it was good to actually. It's good.
I look forward to seeing when we meet back up with Fleabite. Frankly,
Yeah.
As
both of you going, we've got so much to tell you. Yep.
Yeah. So I think that those are basically my thoughts.
Not good.
Yeah, I don't think of anything.
As I was saying, like for me,
it's very info dumpy, but it was cool.
It's good getting to a stage where you are at like the location of information where I can sit and go, right, I can just tell these things.
Yep.
Yeah, like because obviously
it's related to the Nation of Domination, right?
I believe so. So like as a GM, when you're like mapping out like game storylines and whatnot, like I mean, this has been a bit long in the fang, as it were. From the beginning of like Von Rune sending them on like session 3 was it? Session 3 or 4 maybe. Saying, right, cool, go get this dragon egg or proof it's destroyed. Right, and then no, like it's now 77 session, and yeah, you're finally getting to go. Wait, so you know kind of why Cynthia was doing what she was doing, at least, even though if we don't know how she was doing it, and we know how Von Ruin managed to get away with what his reputation's based on. So yeah, you learn quite a bit about like the players of the world that way. Obviously, the next thing to do is try and like secure this dragon in some way, I guess, so that you can like. Is the plan to go gift the dragon to the not Jassy, the Gith
I mean,
Sarai?
I wasn't necessarily thinking to gift it to them, but take it to them and
Yeah.
sort of seek their advice on why they thought. I mean, others may differ, but like seek their advice on why they thought it would be. Here's the dragon. How does this solve our problem?
Because keep
Do
in
we
mind,
just point it at them?
you know that Oradak, your kind of main connection, the spiritual leader of the Zerai, he can teleport, right? So and he can teleport
if we get
people.
in touch with him, he might be able to come to us.
Yeah, and also maybe take use elsewhere, right? So that could be another option for the secure, safe exit as well. So yeah, he's got a bunch of options for that stuff. Be interesting to see how that plays out. But a lot of it just depends on what you want to do with like the move. As Keldrath highlighted, the danger of how many moving pieces are so sharp-edged, shall we say? Yeah, maybe it's worthwhile trying to remove yourselves from the board for a bit, just to work out what you just want to do.
You touched on something else there that for Von Brim, it was destroy the egg or bring back proof. But there was nothing left of the egg after the dragon hatched. You said that, didn't you?
Correct.
Because that would have been a simple way of just,
Yep.
yeah, look, this is the egg. But
it's exactly why I'm glad Alexander asked and I was able to answer. Yep. Just to clarify that part where it hatched, which means you don't get to then pocket bits of egg to say, by the way, Von Ruin, don't worry, look, we smashed it. Yeah. Yeah. That was very specifically deliberate, yeah. I'm not going to be shy about that.
Fair enough.
But had it just been a case of you taking a sledgehammer to it, yeah, there might have been bits of egg left over. You could have been like, look.
Now you tell me.
Yeah, good luck with Cynthia if that was your plan. She turns around to ask you a question, there's a sledgehammer an inch away from her face about to connect. Like, Fleabite's taken no prisoners this day.
There's a hammer and a crowbar.
Yep. Oh dear. But yeah, no, that was good fun for me as well. I'm excited to see next session as well. Quite excited to see what kind of comes of that. And ultimately how much time he's spending, like Barris, and utilising the connections you've got so far and the avenues in and out of all the problems here. So I'm looking forward to seeing how that plays out personally. We're at a point where a lot of things are going to be new to me, which is quite fun. A lot of the storylines that I had planned out so far have kind of culminated, which were good. Obviously we're now in the reaction phase for a lot of people. This dragon is not going to be a subtle asset that you have for a while. So I'm excited to see how that plays out. But until then...
Unless we can get it in the bag of holding.
Yeah, in you go. Just keep throwing various things you've cooked in and hopefully it stays in there happy. But yeah, until then, thank you all for playing again. Thank you to everybody who watched. Thank you again to Siren. And say goodbye, everybody.
Bye.
Bye, everybody. Good night.